And then maybe I should also just do the camera thing.
And you can mute as you're talking to the issue of the camera. It's gonna help you then for us to hear everything that you're saying.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's exactly 9 on the dot according to my watch. Can I get the confirmation from you, colleagues? 9 o'clock on my watch. Honorable Chira, what time is your watch? Good morning.
So buenas tardes, it's 08:59 lang again.
Oh, you've got a minute.
Yes, thank you so much, sir.
Honorable Shabangu, what time is it in your watch and good morning?
Good morning, Chair. My watch says that it's turning, has just turned 9, but very close. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Liru.
Good morning.
Okay. I think we need to start now. It's exactly 9 according to all your watches. We can actually start. Can I ask the secretary to flight the agenda? As we do that, I want to do the confirmation of attendance. What I can see on the screen. Dr. Liru, you are here? Yes, ne? I heard you speaking. Honorable Shavangu, Honorable Daibos, Honorable Muhammad, Honorable Klake, Honorable Mutubatse, Honorable Chiram Pungose, Honorable Kego Tembalam, Honorable Dr. Litlape is in the meeting. Whom did I miss? I'm trying to quickly check. I think I've mentioned all of you members.
No, you missed me.
Sorry, Honorable Van Staden, and you too. You are in the meeting.
And Honorable Sinne.
Oh, yeah, my apologies. Okay, you are also in the meeting. Okay. The agenda is as flighted there. That's the agenda for the day. And then are there any additions, matters that members feel we have not, we should address for today? No show of hands. Under the circumstances, can I get a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the agenda? Honorable Sene.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you and honorable members. I would like to move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Van Staden.
Chairperson, I will second the move.
Seconded. Then the agenda gets thus adopted. It's proposed by Honorable Sene, then seconded by Honorable Van Staden. The first item on the agenda item is opening remarks. Good morning, colleagues, and welcome. And I must say upfront to regret that you got the documents late. It's one thing that we need to address moving forward in the future. I think we'll implore the department and all its entities, including all the people who will be coming to present that at least the requirement for Parliament members must get documents 7 days before the meeting so that members will be able to go through the presentations and apply their minds so that they can then do meaningful oversight. I want to welcome you all, colleagues, including the delegation from the Health Profession Council of South Africa and the delegates from Air Rights Initiative. The beauty about it, we're meeting here today after the marking of the International Day of No Violence Against Women and the launch of the 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children yesterday, which is observed annually from 25 November to 10 December. And then this also has got a lot to do with the work that we do. And then I had one of our colleagues, Honorable Klape, speaking so passionately about these matters yesterday in the House. And I should think also as this committee, we have got a role to play, and the matters, because most of the things that happens, they become a health issue, and then it cut across us. And then I should think that we have all observed the G20, and I've heard the president making a firm declaration at the G20 summit that gender-based violence is a national crisis. And then with you listen to that statement by the president, it's a sober reminder that South Africa cannot fully realize the values of Freedom Charter nor consolidate its democratic gains, while women, children, and the vulnerable persons continue to live under this threat of violence. So we are convening this meeting today to address two separate but equally important matters that have come to our attention. The first one will be the Health Professional Council, which is mandated to protect the public and guide the health professions by regulating professionals who are practitioners and setting professional standards and managing complaints. This mandate is very critical in ensuring that patients' rights are upheld, practitioners are accountable, and public confidence in the health system is maintained. The Council is also expected to respond to the specific complaints received, providing clarity on how these matters have been investigated, managed, and resolved, and whether current processes effectively uphold its statutory mandate. The second item on the agenda will hear from a rights initiative regarding the reports of forced and coerced sterilization on HIV-positive women. These allegations, if substantiated, they represent serious violation of human rights and medical ethics. The committee therefore wishes to understand the experiences, evidence, and systematic issues that may contribute to such practices and the proposed recommendation thereof. It's our goal as a community in both these engagements that we have a constructive discussion that will help identify the gaps, strengthen the oversight, ensure that affected individuals receive justice and support. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to our honorable guest. And now invite our first presenter, being the HPCSA, to share their perspective. Over to you, the Registrar and Secretary of Council. Is the registrar in? Did you give them the sharing right?
So,
Did you give
morning,
them the
Chair.
sharing
Sorry,
right?
they are in the meeting. I've granted them co-hosting rights.
And the sharing rights?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Chairperson, Chairperson, are we audible?
Yes, you are. Though your video is just showing us blank things, darkness. Okay. It will be advisable if you can't, then you can switch it off. So that
we should switch. We should switch the video off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I've missed the important item as you are flighting the presentation. My apologies, colleagues. Did we have apologies? Sorry.
Yes, Chair, we received an apology. Yes, Chair, we received an apology from Mr. Zungula. Thank you, Chair.
And also, Honorable Teko is asked to be released at 10. She has got some other commitments. That's the apology that I'm noting. Any other apology from members? Okay, then we can proceed. Over to you, Dr. Masiki.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've introduced myself, Mahome Masiki. I'm the Registrar of the Health Professions Council. I'm with my colleagues, my senior managers. They will introduce themselves and then we'll start the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is David Mameja. I'm the head of a department known as Core Operations, which deals with matters relating to registrations, education and training, and professional practice. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I am Tsigelelo Speaker. I'm the head of the Executive Company Secretariat Division and dealing primarily with governance. Okay, any other person? Are you only two?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Pranita Padiachi. I'm the Head of Legal and Regulatory Affairs at HPCSA. Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Honorable Members. I'm Gwena Mabasa, the Head of Division Complaints Handling and Investigations. Good morning, Chair and Honorable Members. I'm Priscilla Siponyana, Head of Division Corporate Affairs.
Good morning, Chair and Honorable Members. I'm Melissa Croft, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are going to go straight into our presentation. Go to the first slide. You are welcome as very well, Chair. We are very happy. And thank you for inviting us. It's always a pleasure to tell our story. Without any waste of time, I shall ask Advocate Sipeka to take us through the core legislative mandate and governance of the Professions Council. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning once again, honorable members and Chair. And mine really is to take you through the mandate of the organization, its governance and its functions. And indeed, we call ourselves a creature of statute. And this is simply because we come into existence as a result of a piece of legislation called the Health Professions Act number 56 of 1974. In that piece of legislation, section 2 of that act establishes a juristic person called the HPCSA, and that organization then is established as a regulator, and it specifically regulates health professions. And we are structured from a governance perspective in twofold. We have this council, which is a 32-member body established in terms of section 5 of the Act, and we have 12 professional boards as it will appear as we go down the presentation. And section 3 speaks to the functions or the objectives of the Health Professions Council of South Africa. And I will not be going through what is entailed in that section verbatim, except to say that the 32-member body that I call council is responsible for coordination of the activities of the 12 professional boards that I made reference to. And that structure also determines policy of the organization, and that policy has, as a requirement, has to be in line with the general health policy of the country. And the organization, simply because it actually registered health professionals, it then interacts quite heavily with training institutions to ensure congruence and as it relates to the competencies of those that are ultimately registered with us. And then we will move, Mr. Manager. Let's just give that. And this is the governance topography of the organization. I have stated earlier that we are a creature of statute, meaning in a nutshell, we exist as a result of the act of the parliament. So we exist simply because the parliament wished our existence, since we are today converging in this manner and reporting or accounting to you. It's simply because we are established or willed into existence by parliament. And we report to our executive authority, being the Minister of Health, and internally, as stated, we are actually governed by a council, which is a 32-member body established in terms of Section 5. And this is the schematic representation of our governance. As I have already stated, is council
the 32-member body, and council does not sit in the organization on a day-to-day basis, but rather meets sporadic. However, there is a need to ensure that in between meetings of council, things don't fall into cracks. And as a result, council established committees that are accountable and are reporting directly to council. And these committees are actually enshrined in this presentation. You have the executive committee, you have the finance and investment committee, you have audit and the risk management committee, INT committee, human resources and remuneration committee, pension and provident fund, education, training and quality assurance, ethics committee, and professional practice committee of council. And indeed, these committees, as you will see, they deal with specific and specialized matters of council. And I have alluded to the existence of professional boards. Professional boards exist to actually govern and regulate matters relating to professional practice, education and training, and investigation and adjudication of complaints against practitioners. So these boards have a mandate to actually deal with discipline against practitioners. As the chair has already stated, we have a motto that says we guide practitioners or professions and protect the public. So discipline is one important component of public protection. And colleagues will speak also to issues of competence, which is also our way of ensuring public protection. And we then have HPCSA administration. I have stated that the structures that I referred to above, which is council and professional boards, are tasked with oversight and governance function. But the day-to-day running of the organization is actually delegated to the registrar in terms of Section 12 of the Act. And the registrar then, once council has established its strategy, the registrar then is then bestowed with the power and the duty to ensure implementation of that strategy. And then in doing that exercise, the registrar then reports to council and professional boards on a day-to-day basis so that the board is at all material times and council are kept apprised of how the strategy is being implemented. I have stated that council members come into existence as a result of Section 5 of the Act, and that Section 5 articulates exactly what is projected there to say this is how council is stratified, is composed. Council has 16 members designated by professional boards. There is a person employed by the Department of Health, and there's also a person employed by the Department of Education. I have stated that simply because we register and regulate professionals, there is a requirement or a need that the umbilical cord between education and the organization is kept intact at all material times, which is why we have that representative from the education sphere. We have persons employed by South African Military Health Services appointed by the Minister of Defense. We have a person appointed by the Minister of Higher Education, South Africa. We have a community representative cohort. And the primary reason for this is simply because we don't want our organization to appear as a boys' club. Gone are the days where organizations are removed from the societies that they ought to serve. So this is to ensure that our services are known and are informed. Our service catalog is informed by the needs of the societies out there. So we have 9 community representatives that are serving in council. And we have a person versed in law that is appointed by the minister. And my task ends here, and I hand over to you, Mr. Manager, and the rest. Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Advocate Sipeka. So there are particular sections in the Act that define the key functional responsibilities of the HPCSA. And they are usually grouped into 4. And there are those specific sections in the Act that speaks quite in a detailed form on this. And as a result of the reference in the Act, we have activities that are to do with education and training, as well as registrations. We register persons, and I'm using the word persons deliberately, and you will understand later when I get to a particular slide in that regard. And then we deal with the issues of professional practice, and I will elaborate a little bit on this. And the fourth is to do with what is in legal and regulatory affairs, and the head of that department will be taking honorable members through those issues. Now, as far as control over training, education and training is concerned, the Act is very specific by according the HPCSA the responsibility. In the past, we used to talk about accrediting training and education programs. And of course, we know that there is the Council for Higher Education that also has that responsibility. Now, the language that we use is that the HPCSA recognizes training programs for purposes of registration with the HPCSA. I know there is reference to universities and technicums, which are now known as universities of technology, that have been excluded from that responsibility as it relates to accreditation. But we still have to recognize those programs to enable graduates from those programs to be able to register with the HPCSA. And as we'll hear later, without that registration, they will not be able to practice their profession. If they do, then they become what we call bogus practitioners. Now, so the part that I just addressed has a lot to do with what happens internally in South Africa. But we do have persons who are trained outside of South Africa, and they hold what we call, in terms of the legislative language that we use, they are persons who hold qualifications not prescribed for registration. It basically means they are foreign qualified. And a lot of South Africans, as you should be aware, do attain qualifications outside of South Africa. Now, when they return, or even non-South Africans coming to seek to practice in South Africa, and I think there's sometimes a misunderstanding, as if now that I have this qualification from India or from China, I automatically will be granted the license to practice on return in South Africa. And that's not how it works. Because the professional boards have to, assure themselves that the training that has been received in comparison to what we offer in South Africa, we talk of equivalence, it's acceptable. It has produced a person who's going to be competent, so that then the public continues to be protected. And that's why you see instances where there are people marching and they've trained abroad, and suddenly it appears as if the HPCSA is denying them that registration, and that is not the case. It is because the boards have to go through very intense processes of assuring themselves that those people are competent to be able to handle myself and yourself and all South Africans. And the demand that we should just register them willy-nilly, certainly that is never going to happen. The boards will have to be satisfied in the first instance before we can do that. So yes, the Act indicates that nobody can practice these professions that fall under our ambit without having been registered by the HPCSA. And I did indicate that without registration and your practice, you are a bogus practitioner and will be subject to law interventions, including having to be arrested if that is determined so by our courts. So we have these main categories of registration, and you will see that we actually start with students. And this is very important because it's an attempt at inculcating ethical and professional conduct of to-be practitioners very early in the process. Hence the requirement that students that are falling in our professions have to register with the HPCSA even when they are just studying. And of course, then we have several practitioners, including those that will function in independent practice, and finally specialists and subspecialists, which mainly have to do currently with the medical and dental professions. Chairperson, honorable Chairperson and honorable members, this seeks to give you a sense of the magnitude of the responsibility that we have as the HPCSA. You can see that we have a large number of students that we register, 53,000 almost, interns, almost 7,000. The actual practitioners, we have now gone through being students and interns where it's applicable, numbers 185,000, and these are 2025 figures. And as you can see, then the total for this 1 year is almost 250,000 persons that we have in our registers. And this makes the HPCSA to be the biggest regulator in the health space, possibly maybe the biggest in the country, and hence this huge responsibility that we have to carry under the guidance and the leadership of the registrar. And finally is to do with issues of professional practice, and this, I think, is largely part of this guidance that we have to give. And you talk about guiding the professions, but it also entails guiding the practitioners themselves, on ethics and matters of human rights, on business practices, those that venture into this space, because you have to recall that unlike other economic sectors, health is not a typical business operation, because this is about the lives and the well-being of South Africans. So your profit motive doesn't apply in our space. What applies is good clinical outcomes of persons who are seen by our practitioners. That is really the main objective. And of course, the issue of continuing development, professional development, CPD, which is a legislative requirement. And it basically says that although you might have qualified and you're practicing, there are always new developments. And as a result, you need to equip yourself with new information and skills to be able to deal with new developments as they arise. And this is one area that maybe we're not looking at properly in the past, and you'll hear later when the registrar speaks, that we have gone a long way in ensuring that our registered persons, where CPD is required, do indeed meet those obligations. I now hand over to my colleague in the Legal and Regulatory Affairs Department, Ms. Padeache. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Registrar, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I will now take you through the disciplinary processes, which we have heard are also highly regulated. And most of the complaints emanate from this area that were referred to the HPCSA for comment. So, Honorable Chair, the slide that is being viewed just reiterates the disciplinary powers of the boards, and I want to emphasize that sections 41 and 42 of the Act specifically the onus of disciplinary powers lies with the boards. The power to conduct disciplinary proceedings against registered practitioners is always done in accordance with the rule of law. And again, I emphasize, is the prerogative of the professional boards. Now, Chair, I also want to just draw to the honorable member's attention that this legislative power to discipline or censor has been recognized by our courts. Next slide, Mr. Manager. And in particular, I want to draw to the attention of you, Honorable Chair and members, that this particular legislative mandate was upheld and recognized by our courts in the case of Variava and others versus the president of the then South African Medical and Dental Council and others. This is a 1985 case. And why do I make reference to this? Honorable Chair, this case is a legal precedent in that it recognized the jurisdiction and the disciplinary powers of the regulator, which was then the South African Medical and Dental Council. And Honorable Chair, again, this case also points us to our very painful history. It involves the case of the late Mr. Steve Biko, who was held in custody and whose demise was sadly passed on by the medical practitioners who were treating him and basically covered up. And why is it important? Is that in this particular case, the court recognized that the council as a regulator is the guardian of morals and ethics of the profession. And I want to emphasize that point when I say moral and ethics of the profession. Next slide, Mr. Manager. So following up on that, this particular power of the professional boards was upheld in the case of, it's a Supreme Court of Appeal case, in the case of Health Professions Council of South Africa and another versus Dr. Gleef. In this particular case, the court upheld what constitutes unprofessional conduct. And unprofessional conduct, as defined in the Act, is referred to as either improper or disgraceful or dishonorable or unworthy conduct, or conduct which, when regard is had to the profession of a person who is registered in terms of this Act, is improper or dishonorable. Now, why do I emphasize this, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members? This definition by the court is broad, and nothing in it supports the contention by Dr. Gleef that the council's jurisdiction is confined to the conduct of the rendering of health services. This will talk directly to the one matter in particular that members have raised, their unhappiness in terms of how the matter was handled. So this case now sets the precedent for which the court recognized, next slide, Mr. Manager, that in addition to the protection of the public from conduct arising during the rendering of health services, the court emphasized the maintenance of professional and ethical standards within the profession. So again, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, this case in particular emphasizes the wide and complete legislative mandate of the HPCSA. This SCA judgment confirms that the HPCSA is the guardian of the maintenance of not only professional standards, but also of ethical standards. And this distinction is critical in understanding the overall legislative mandate of the HPCSA. In addition, next slide, Mr. Manager. In addition, the Act, the slide before, in addition, the Act, next. In addition to the Act, the Council has already also passed regulations which set out in detail the conduct of inquiries when a complaint is received. It talks to the end-to-end process of the receipt of a complaint and up to the stage where it's either accepted by the preliminary committee or the preliminary committee decides on a case where there's prima facie evidence of unprofessional conduct, and that proceeds to a disciplinary inquiry. In addition, the professional boards also have the power to suspend registered practitioners. Next slide, Mr. Mitchell. Proceed. This slide in particular talks to the professional conduct processes. Honorable Chair and honorable members, the complaints that you have received were taken through this particular process, where in terms of the regulations of 2009, which were amended in 2020 and 2023, the preliminary processes are as follows. Regulation 2 provides for the lodging of complaints. Regulation 3 provides for mediation of minor complaints. And Regulation 4 provides for the process of preliminary inquiry. The next slide will take you through the detailed process in terms of Regulation 4, where the registrar calls for additional information, the complainant is forwarded to the respondent. There may be further investigations in terms of Section 41A. And then, Honorable Chair, the matter is placed before a committee of preliminary inquiry for deliberation. Now, these committees are committees that have been established by the boards. They consist of board members, and they also consist of a legal representative to support the deliberations of the Committee of Preliminary Inquiry. So in terms of what the Preliminary Committee of Inquiry does with the information before it, it can either request the practitioner to appear before it to ascertain further information, and once it has the sufficient information, and this is where the balance comes in terms of the motto of the HPCSA, to guide the profession and also to protect the public. In that, this is a fair process where both parties are given an opportunity to place this information before the committee. So the committee then has the power to either note the explanation of the practitioner. For minor offences, it can issue a fine or a caution and a reprimand, or a caution and a reprimand, or it can refer the matter to a professional conduct inquiry. And it can, if the complainant is unhappy with the decision, the complainant has the recourse to an internal appeal, which is the next slide, Mr. Mamecha, which is Regulation 4A. So again, the regulations have been amended, and the 2023 amended regulations provide for the process, and that is again set out in this slide. Both parties are again represented. The appeal is determined on the same documents that were submitted to the preliminary committee of inquiry, and no new evidence can be adduced. And the appeals committee can either vary the finding and the sanction of the prelim committee, or it can uphold the decision of the prelim committee. So members, at this point, most of the complaints that were received deal with or have been dealt with in terms of this very strict regulated processes that I have just alluded to. In terms of Regulation 5, and that's just for information purposes, Honorable Chair, is that if the decision to refer to a professional conduct inquiry process, then the next few slides actually refer to that process in detail. It's again a very regulated process, and I must emphasize that it's also a quasi-judicial process. So it takes the form of a mini trial in terms of legal representation, in terms of document exchanges, in terms of pre-trial conferences, etc. So the next few slides just contain this process. Regulation 9 again sets out in detail the procedure to be followed before a professional conduct committee. Regulation 11 also provides for an internal appeal process. And I just want to touch very briefly on the next slide, Mr. Mamecha, in line with the Council's very onerous duty in terms of disciplinary proceedings. We also have regulations governing suspension proceedings, and these are invoked in terms of where complaints are received, where it is considered of a serious nature, where there is physical harm or allegations of physical harm or mental abuse by either a practitioner or a practitioner posing a serious risk of harm to a patient, then the suspension proceedings are invoked. Again, next slide, Mr. Mamecha. This is a process that is the prerogative of the board, and it's the boards appoint ad hoc committees to hear the suspension proceedings. That takes care of the professional conduct processes. And again, Honorable Chair and members, each of the complaints that were submitted to the Honorable Committee members have been dealt with in terms of these processes that have been outlined. Again, the general provisions just make reference to our processes, the burden of proof in professional conduct inquiries, which is on a balance of probabilities. A charge sheet is issued to the respondent. And in terms of processes, again, I reiterate that it takes the form of a mini trial in that witnesses are called, and including expert witnesses, and the pro forma complainant, who is a legal advisor employed by the council, must therefore prove a breach in the form of the charge sheet that was issued of the accepted norms and standards, as well as the ethical standards against the scope of practice of each registered practitioner. And we also get instances where courts refer matter to us for investigation in terms of our processes once criminal trials have been finalized. With that, the last slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is just to reiterate that the two appeals processes that provide for either a aggrieved complainant or an aggrieved respondent or an aggrieved pro forma complainant on behalf of a complainant who has lodged a complaint and the matter has gone to an inquiry are provided for in our regulations. That's Regulation 4A and Regulation 11. Two of the complaints that were referred to us by the Honorable Committee members pertain to Regulation 4A, and those two matters were handled in terms of Regulation 4A, in terms of the amended regulations, and the due processes were followed with outcomes given to both the parties. And then, Chair, lastly, in terms of the final process, which have been reported to the complainants and the matters referred to, the parties then have the right of an appeal in terms of Section 20 of the High Court, Section 20 of our Act, and that right of appeal rests in the High Court. And appeals generally challenge the correctness of the decision, whilst the parties can also invoke review proceedings where there may be some irregularity in terms of process issues. I thank you, Honorable Chair and members, for the opportunity to present. Over to you,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members.
Yeah, before you proceed, you must also consider to shorten and stop explaining more on what is in the presentation. For the sake of time, we prefer to give members more time to interact with your position, with your presentation. I'm trying to say, as you present the slides, try to be as short and as precise as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do exactly that. We have what we call collaborative efforts towards protecting the public. This covers the areas around the HPCSA input into policy development and an improvement of patient safety. The Health Professions Council of South Africa collaborates with other regulators. Chairperson, the Council of Medical Schemes, the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority, and the South African Pharmacy Council. In essence, we are forming a regulatory environment, an ecosystem of an environment conducive for regulation in the country. We cannot do it alone. Can proceed. And in the Health Professions Council, we've come up with a principle called Ngoku. Ngoku means now we move to being goal-driven, on hand, kind, and united. And we do this because we've got what we believe that must drive this Ngoku. We believe that if policy no longer supports the process, policy should be changed. We believe that we have to ensure the greatest good to the greatest number of people. We believe that the best way to do good things tomorrow is to do it now. The only time we have is now, and change is now. That the impossible is possible. If we do good now, we will feel good now. We do not exist for ourselves. We exist as a collective, and let us work proactively to deal with the taxes. And this is the underlying principles to make sure that whatever is on my table must be done as quickly as possible. And this is the mantra of the philosophy of leadership of the Health Professions Council of South Africa. The leadership principles are, we keep moving forward and deliver and accept nothing but the best. We advocate quality, excellence, and meritocracy and ensure a positive change. We employ only the best so that ultimately the quality is the best, and we live our company values, and we're ethical in all that we do, and we try by all means to be proactive in our communication and clearly and timelessly. We treat those we lead with respect, dignity, fairness, and care. Chairperson, it's important for me maybe to say that we had a survey, and it pointed out that some of our associations are not happy. We acted on it. We've had meetings with associations, and we're acting on their inputs. We create deep, trusting relationship around the council's shared vision and mission, and we improve the well-being of the people to ensure principled people implementing policies following principled processes. It's all about people, but these people must be principled. Chairperson and honorable members, we create a balanced workplace where people have the right skills, the right attitude, the right tools, and the right things at the right time, and are visible and present where it truly matters, and to ensure that real value is being added. Ngoku for service delivery, Chair. This Ngoku has made tremendous changes in our organization. Turnaround times have improved. 1.5-day turnaround time to process the registration of graduates' application against a target of what Councillor David? 10,797 students within 2 months, compared to more than 6 months in the past. 2,177, 658 service requests relating to CPD process at an average of 2.55 days. In general, what this slide says is that this Ngoku philosophy has made sure that service delivery happens at a higher level. Soldiers of delivery that work for this organization are at work, Chairperson. We are not there yet. We believe that a lot needs to be done. We can proceed, David. This is Ngoku for service delivery and responsiveness. The one thing that this organization has been able to do is to get clean audits over a number of years. We even boast in other platforms that if you have problems with the finances of the NHI into the future, you can bring them to us. We'll run the finances of NHI for you. We are the only ones in the country to have clean audits for so many years. Proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. While I'm looking for hands, I've got the colleagues. I want you to raise your hands to talk to the issues as raised, but critically what I want to first inquire from you, Doctor, the registrar. I want to understand, where is the council? We know that the term of this council ended on the 15th of November, 2025. And according to Section 5 of the Health Professions Act, it talks about the constitution of the council. And then it also, I want to understand from you, Dr. Masike, why have you not yet constituted the council before its terms expired? Because the law is very clear, within 3 months prior to the expiry of the the council. There must be that process of constitution. The council must start, and then also the other issue is that did you inform if you have not done that in line with what you're supposed to do, in line with Section 5 of the Act? Did you inform the minister to exercise his powers to appoint the council? If you did that, what did the minister do? If you did not do that, tell us why you didn't do it. And then doesn't it look like delegation of responsibilities? And then that's the issues that one want to clarify first before I allow other members. Put that in mind, and then I'm gonna note Honorable Shirwa, followed by Honorable Lord Masilo Sene, Honorable Mtubatse, Honorable Dr. Liru, Honorable Clark, Honorable Dr. Litlape, Honorable Kumalo, and Honorable Fisane, in that order.
And Honorable Mhlongo.
Oh, sorry. My apologies for that. Okay, you will be the last one, Honorable Mhlongo. You've got a challenge of raising your hand on the platform.
Yes.
So can I also be guided? Do you require that if I give Honorable Shirwa, she asked the question and she responded to, or will allow the team to know the questions? For the sake of completeness, I need to be guided by the members. How do you want us to go about questions? Who wants to speak with that? Honorable Clark, can you advise on that? Anyone can advise.
Chairperson, what we normally do is allow members to ask their questions, and then the department will give us feedback. And at the end of the debate, if we want to put certain resolutions in place for us as a committee to follow up, because I think that's the problem at the moment, is that when we debate issues and there's certain recommendations we want to put forward, they don't come back to the committee, as resolved within a time period. And that is something I think that we really need to address, that we have some process in place that whatever work we do in the committee, there is a process that the recommendations we put forward, timeframes are done, and feedback is given to us by the department that those recommendations have been realized. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, what I was trying to say, if I'm to give Honorable Shirwa now an opportunity to ask questions, we'll allow her to exhaust those questions, then they get responded. What I will just not, then I gave it to the next member. If Honorable Shirwa will have follow-up questions, I will note here in the second batch. But for us, for the sake of completeness, because if all of you are to ask questions here, some of the questions might not be responded. That's the process I was trying to propose. If you are all amenable with that, to say we give Honorable Shirwa to ask all her questions, then her question get responded to. If there are matters that she would like to follow up, she will know them. Then I'll move to Honorable Sine. Honorable Sine asks her question, so that we don't lose track at some point, because some of the issues that you are raising, Honorable Clerk, the image based on that, at the end you'll find that some of your questions are not responded to. Can we agree on that procedure?
Yes, Slalo.
Agreed.
You agreed. Okay. Honorable Shirwa, it's your turn to ask questions to the HPCSA now. Over to you.
Ngiyabonga Slalo. Greetings to yourself, to colleagues, to staff members and the HPCSA. This is just proof of life to show that it's me, and I'll proceed with my video off.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings once again. Lady from the EFF. And just to cut straight to the chase, to the HPCSA, on the matters we wanted to raise with them when we sent the request that they must come to the committee. It's in relation to the Dr. Mufugeng issue. The HPCSA received a complaint from Mr. Craig Pantonawitz acting in his capacity as the National Vice Chairman of the South African Zionist Federation, the SAZF. Shall we note that the SAZF's stated aim is to foster support for Israel, the Zionist lobby group that actively, overtly supports the genocide against Palestine, further, and that Zionism is defined as racism and discrimination by the United Nations, to which various charters of we are signatory as South Africa, and we are founding members, one of the founding members of the United Nations. And we really can't discount the efforts of South Africa in providing leadership and advocacy in support of Palestine. In their complaint, SAZF, this lobby group here, Israel, states that they lodged the complaint against Dr. Mofokeng to foster support for Israel. I want to find out from the HPCSA, why wasn't the complaint immediately dismissed? Does the HPCSA act in silos to our nation's position against apartheid Israel, or do they have any mandate to issue verdicts in protection of Netanyahu that they must kindly appraise the committee of where the link is between their obligations as a body in furthering the responsibility to being protectors of Netanyahu? And secondly, Slalo, Dr. Passon, Dr. Tef, who still practices to date in South Africa, HPCSA has failed for 2 decades to take him on and ensure that he is struck off the roll, despite the medical crimes he committed in apartheid. We want to find out what the backlog of HPCSA is currently and why they took nearly 20 years to act against Dr. Passon, but acted immediately against Dr. Tlaleng Mofokeng. What is their average caseload and resolution time frame? What is their current backlog, and what are some of the dates of the oldest cases in their backlog that they're still sitting with currently? Because, Slalo, we are of the view that the HPCSA unduly prioritized the case of Dr. Mofokeng, and to that effect, they must explain to the committee why it took 20 years to take up the Passon case and yet acted immediately against Dr. Mofokeng. Number 3, on the issue of vulgar language in their findings against Dr. Mofokeng, I want to give a scenario, a hypothetical scenario that I wish the HPCSA to respond to. If a doctor is doing grocery shopping at Woolworths and they become a witness to a crime, in the boot, and then they become a witness to a crime of a criminal hijacking somebody, and in response, they scream "fuck off" to the criminal. I want to find out if the HPCSA will punish the doctor for vulgarity. This because the notion of vulgar language is very subjective. Further, in both these contexts we are presenting, it is not being used against a patient or a colleague. Please, they must tell us how they would act against the Woolworths doctor incident and how that decision would be in the interest of fostering safety for patients. Number 4, Slalo, our findings were HPCSA against Dr. Mofokeng are very disappointing. The complaint against Dr. Mofokeng has nothing to do with medical practice or medical ethics. We must get that straight out. HPCSA, furthermore, has no jurisdiction to entertain a complaint stemming from Dr. Mofokeng's conduct in her capacity as the UN Special Rapporteur, because Dr. Mofokeng has UN immunities and legal privileges and protections. They must appraise us on where in their mandate do they get the powers to override the immunity of a UN Special Rapporteur and get exemption from any domestic international legal process of any kind. Why do they decide to overlook this one important fact? Where in their mandate as HPCSA do they get the power to do so? And then in what capacity do they process the complaint, noting that the SAZF wasn't a patient, that no patient rights were abused by Dr. Mofokeng? Since the HPCSA has decided to involve itself in international political affairs, it must tell us whose health rights are violated between Netanyahu and the people of Palestine. And if the answer to this question isn't guidance enough on how they have failed this nation and the world at large and our values for preservation of human rights, they must all vacate that office, because they do not deserve to serve in the HPCSA. And we must start to redeem our integrity as a nation against this ruling that they made against Dr. Mofokeng, who's a special rapporteur for health rights in the United Nations and was acting in a capacity as so. And then lastly, Slalo, I want to find out if the HPCSA have BSc graduates as part of their intern cohorts. I thank you, Slalo, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. You have heard the questions as raised. Yeah, you must start with my first question on the issue of the council, then talk to these issues, because it's very important that we know we are speaking to the right people. Over to you, Registrar.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. We are still within our project management scale of things. Remember the boards that must first be established. And it is from the boards that council will be established. We need 189 people to be nominated to form the boards. We had 800 nominations. For some reason, Chair, there's interest from practitioners out there to be part of the Health Professions Council of South Africa, something that we appreciate very much. The minister only signed on Monday last week, and the potential board members have got their letters. And we are starting tomorrow with the orientation program. So we are still within our timeframes, and from the first week of December, we'll be making sure that the boards, all of the boards, are having their chairpersons and their nominated representatives into council. So we are and the first council meeting will happen in December. So we are still within the timeframes, and there's no dereliction of duty from our side, Chairperson. We think that the time of office of boards came the end of November, of October, and 2 weeks later, it was the end of council. And even before the end of November, we'll be able to establish the boards, and we'll be able to establish council. So we think we are still within our rights. As for the other question, Chair, I would like the head of legal to assist us in responding to the question. However, I need to add, even before she says, that, Chair, when a medical university was destroyed in Gaza, it is this Health Professions Council of South Africa that was able to facilitate the admission of students from Palestine to 2 universities to finish their studies in this country. Those students are in both the University of Cape Town and the Wits University. So, Chair, sometimes the information does not go out there that this is what we are doing. We are members of, we are the secretariat of the Association of Medical Councils of Africa. We have an African view on what is happening in the rest of the world. Chair, we are also members of the International Medical Regulatory Authority. So we've got an international view as to what is happening in the world of regulation and the world of healthcare. But maybe to respond to that specific question, I would love Ms. Badiashi to respond in more details as to what is happening to the case. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Registrar, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the comment and the question and the comments. We do take note. It is indeed a very sensitive matter. It is also one that evokes a lot of emotions. But again, to protect the integrity of the processes that are still unfolding, Honourable Chair, I'm going to refer to the name of the practitioner, as our processes at the HPCSA are not finalized. But I'm going to speak generally in terms of the overriding factors that were considered in considering this complaint. Now, Chair, I made reference in my slides earlier on to the decision of Variava and others versus the President, SANDC and others, a 1985 case, where the court held that the council is the statutory custos morum of the medical profession and the guardian of the prestige, status, and dignity of the medical profession. And then I made reference to the follow-up the Supreme Court of Appeal case in terms of Dr. Leaf. And in this matter, again, the Supreme Court of Appeal upheld the jurisdiction of the council, not only in confining itself to the conduct of the rendering of health services, but as well as looking at the maintenance of professional and ethical standards within the profession. In this particular matter, a complaint came through the complaint system. I've also taken the committee, Honorable Chair, through our preliminary inquiry processes. So it came through our complaints processes. It was handled in terms of those processes that I have set out in detail, and the slides contain that. At that point, when it comes through, it goes through the complaint process and it's dealt with appropriately in terms of those processes. I also made reference to the powers of the professional boards. So again, the professional boards appoint members of the preliminary committee, and these consist of fellow peers in the profession. So members looked at the complaint, looked at the responses, and deliberated and made the ruling that the resolution that currently exists. I want to indicate again, Honorable Chair, that in considering matters, the preliminary committee of inquiry, as well as the professional conduct of inquiry committee, which will look at the matter eventually, confine themselves to the resolution of the preliminary committee. If there's a transgression in terms of ethical standards, then that is what the committees look at. Nothing more than that. Chair, just with your permission, I also want to allude to another case that came through to council, literally on the opposite side of the spectrum.
Point of order, Slalo.
Yeah, I'll allow that point of order, because I think you are trying to say your questions are very direct and they have to be responded.
Yeah, Slalo, my questions are very direct, and even if they're exempting the name of the doctor in question. But for example, I'm asking issues like, where do they get the power to do a finding against the UN Special Rapporteur when they have immunities, legal immunities? They're not answering that. I gave them a hypothetical situation of the doctor at Woolworths incident. They're not answering that. I asked them about Dr. Basson. They're not answering that. I asked them about Ishama Peklogwabo and their turnaround time. They're not answering that. So they must not beat around the bush. We're not here to hear speeches. We want answers on why they botched this case and at whose point of order, at whose instruction were they acting on, where they go beyond our position as South African support of Palestine to support a Zionist group, which is described as a racist and discrimination in accordance to UN definition of what Zionism is. We're asking that, and we want answers on that. It's as simple as that.
And at the same time, Dr. Masike, while she's giving the point of order, you guys are busy talking to each other there, and your microphone is not muted. We could hear you. So all the time, make sure that your microphone is muted. Yes, can we respond to the questions as asked? Let us not go the long way. You still have so many hands, if you can see there. All these members, and we've got another presentation to take to attend to, and we must even give it the similar attention that we are giving to you. So can I plead with the team there, led by you, Dr. Masike, to be direct to questions, to respond directly, not to go this way. I think it will assist going forward. So can we get the response as to the question as raised by Honorable Chair, please? Let's proceed.
Apologize on their behalf, and I would hope that I've responded directly to your question, and I would ask them to do the same. Ms. Badiachi, can you go ahead?
Thank you, Registrar. Registrar, in response to the direct questions and Honorable Chair and members, our powers are found in the regulations, and I've alluded to Regulation 4. So that will be my direct response to the question. The complaint came in through regulation and was dealt with in terms of Regulation 4 of the regulations that guide our processes, and that is including receipt and dealing with complaints. Thank you, Chair.
There are questions that Honorable Shira asked that still remain unattended. So, the registrar, I hope you are taking notes. There's an issue in relation to Dr. Basson, then also that she raised how you quickly acted against Dr. Mufokeng, whereas you've got the Basson matter, and there's issue that she's put you. Yeah, I don't have to repeat them, but can you respond to questions? Because there are questions that she raised.
Thank you, Chair. I will ask Advocate Specker to respond to that.
Chair and honorable members, I think we are dealing with the Basson matter, and in dealing with it, we dealt with it, I would say, in the similar fashion as it relates to speed. However, like it has been stated earlier, the parties are at liberty to take the decisions of the organization to other forums. And we are here simply because Basson has actually raised a lot of technical defenses in law, and we've been in many forums, hence the matter has taken this long. And again, the organization has remained steadfast in actually pursuing the matter, regardless of its financial cost, because we believe it is an issue premised on principle. And in this matter that we are talking about, we have not acted in any different, and we have not actually created procedures and processes uniquely designed to serve this matter. This matter has been taken through the similar process that Basson has been taken through. However, in this matter, the only thing that has happened is the fact that a decision has been taken, and that decision has not been objected to currently. So with the Basson matter, we took a decision early on, but indeed, there were technical defenses, like I said, starting with the composition of the committee itself. That composition of the committee was called to question, hence the matter has taken this long, and we are still busy with it.
The Woolworth doctor incident, who's taking it? Because it's like I'll have to remind you, but I'm not going to do it again because as and when members ask questions, can I plead with the team to take the questions?
Maybe let me take it as well, Chair, to say the Woolworth matter, it will be dealt with in terms of our definition of unprofessional conduct. The definition is actually supported by the Great decision to say it is wide in nature, and it also has to be taken into account the fact that it is not administration that actually takes these decisions and makes these pronouncements. These complaints are taken to boards, and it is then panels or committees of the board that arrive at these decisions after they have taken into account what it means to be a health practitioner and what standards of behavior does a health practitioner have to adhere to. And again, it needs to be taken into account that the quest here is on what is ethical as opposed to what is lawful. So what actually happens is the inquiry goes deeper on what is right or wrong as it relates to the profession. And as stated earlier, in those panels, we have health practitioners who are the ones who then make those decisions after taking into cognizance the wide definition of unprofessional conduct. Indeed, unprofessional conduct, as per that definition, is not confined only to patients' rights. It goes further and more than that. And that is why we are able to actually entertain matters that are not specifically patient-centered.
Okay.
Yes.
So is the
Chairperson?
Yes, you can proceed.
Well, I'm saying it is also important for us to inform honorable members that we don't take instructions from anybody. Any case that is reported to us is
you don't take instruction from what? I didn't hear the last part.
Don't take instructions from anyone. Any case that is reported to us is investigated in line with our rules. We don't take instructions from anybody.
Okay, it's fine. So you're done on the question of Honorable Chira. She will note follow-up matters that she needs to raise with you. Can I give Honorable Sene to ask questions?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Please allow me not to switch on my video because of the unstable network of where I am at the moment. Honorable Chairperson, my first question is also on the turnaround time for processing complaints from receipt to final decision, and how long does it take the council to revert back to complainants? Because we always, almost every week, as honorable members of the Health Portfolio Committee, we receive emails from complainants who are complaining about the council for not responding to their complaints. So that's my first question, and Chairperson. And I also want to know the main reason, the main causes of delays in finalizing complaints, especially complex matters. And to Chairperson, the presentation acknowledges protecting public interest as one of the core objectives of the Council. But Chair, there is no indication of the Council's visibility and outline of its communication or public awareness strategy and its impact and how the effect of this are being measured. The last one, Chairperson, on the issue of people who qualify from outside of South Africa. We must commend the HPCSA for not compromising on the high standard of qualification to practice medicine in this country. Chair, we also wish to call on those obtaining foreign qualification elsewhere in the world to really understand that each country has its own standards on medical practices. Sorry. And there we say that South Africa is respected and regarded as one of the countries with very high standards, Chair, on medical practice. And therefore, anyone who receives a qualification outside of this country must still sit for the board examination and must also pass it. If they don't pass it, Chair, it simply means that they are not qualified to practice in our country. So the HPCSA in this instance must be applauded and commended for protecting the nation by the strict enforcement of the rule on maintaining the high standards. So, Chair, my question on this is that what length does the HPCSA go to educate the foreign qualified cohorts to understand that this is a big life-threatening responsibility any country can ever have? And we need them to understand and work with the HPCSA. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Registrar and team, can you respond to the questions as raised? The last one was just a comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. the complaints, the head of the Division of Complaints Handling and Investigation will respond. On disability, I'll ask the manager to respond. I've already appointed them. Let's start there, Chair. The rest I can handle.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members, for the question. I'll be responding to the question about the turnaround time from the receipt of the complaint until finalization. Now, it will depend.
Dr. Masike?
Yes.
Dr. Masike, can you talk to your team? Still, they are talking and they are disrupting the speaker. And it's difficult for members to hear what you are saying there. I don't know why did you decide to be in one room, but if you have decided to do that, then can the other colleagues keep quiet while the other colleague is speaking? Because members want to hear your responses.
It must be the technical people at the end of the hall. I'll tell them to keep quiet. Thanks.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. As I've indicated previously, I will focus on the turnaround time from the receipt of the complaint until the final decision. So it will depend where the matter is finalized, whether it is finalized by the preliminary committee of inquiry or whether the matter will be finalized by the professional conduct committee. So if a matter is under investigation, we communicate from the onset to the complainants that the investigation process will take a period of around 5 to 6 months, depending on the complexity of the complaint. And that is because our processes are highly regulated. Our regulations already makes a provision that the practitioner must provide a written response within the 40 working days. And also in that we have to collect evidence from any other party involved. If there are other practitioners involved, wherein we need medical reports and so on, or we need reports from hospital records as well. At certain times, complainants were admitted at various hospitals, and those records are very key to be considered by the committee. So once the matter leaves now after investigation, we do communicate and we do indicate that the matter will now be, serving at the committee. Very important to also note that the committees do not meet every month. They have their own schedule for the entire year, and therefore we are dependent on that particular schedule. But we will communicate exactly when the matter will serve, if the date has been confirmed, and the matter will be tabled to serve. Once it gets to the preliminary committee of inquiry, it also depends as to whether, with the information that the committee has, can they be able to make a final decision, or whether they decide to call the practitioner to appear before the committee because they have clarity-seeking questions or not. However, if the matter is not deferred, it is possible that, around a period of maybe plus minus 8 months, the matter in total can be finalized. However, if a matter then moves to the professional conduct inquiry, as Ms. Padayachi previously indicated, it is a quasi-judicial process. And therefore, the practitioner is also represented at that stage. And that is where at times the processes can be lengthy, but the complainants are kept abreast. What we have observed, and which led to the introduction of the new system, which enables us to be able to engage with the complainant, was that previously the system we were utilizing, we were not able to engage properly, but we are putting in measures in place to ensure that the investigators and their secretaries, pro forma complainants and litigation assistants, they do engage with the complainants. We also do observe that at certain time complainants want to be updated weekly. And most of the time in a week, there will not be a progress on the matter or an update to provide. But we are working to ensure that we are on the ground and that we ensure that we engage with our complainants accordingly. Just to urge Chair and members, our complaints are continuing to increase, but despite that, we are committed to ensure that we do engage with our members of the public or complainants. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. David Mamecha will deal with foreign qualified, and Priscilla will deal with disability.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Registrar. And Honorable Sine, your issue on the foreign qualified is indeed an important one. And yes, under the leadership of the registrar, we are committed to hold that line, which basically means if whatever training you received does not meet our standards. And by the way, our gold standard is what we do in South Africa, as you correctly pointed out. So we do get instances where people will argue, I studied in such a European university, whatever the case might be. But what matters is how does that compare with the training that we offer in South Africa. Now, we do share information about this. It's on our public platforms, including on our website. You can go in there and you will find a listing of institutions, foreign institutions, that have been subjected to some form of assessment already by the HPCSA, where now we recognize those institutions, and it makes it easy for returnees to get into our systems. But, we have to deal with, aspirations, not only of children, but even parents, who would like to see that child of mine, qualifying as a medical doctor. Bear in mind that quite a significant number of them would not have met our requirements to study medicine in South Africa. But with maybe parents that have got access to, financial resources, by the way, in some instances, provincial departments of health just send people over to go and study without, checking with the HPCSA as to whether those institutions will make it easy for those kids to come back and practice back in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of our mandate, as it has already been alluded, it is to protect the public and guide the professions. In order for us to do that, we have a communication strategy in which we utilize and have awareness campaign where we actually educate the public in terms of what their rights are and how they should lodge complaints and educate them about the HPCSA as a whole. This we do through the entire year using various communication platforms such as radio, our social media platforms. And also in terms of ensuring that we guide the professions, we have symposiums which we hold throughout the country. And these symposiums are actually highlighting and educating the practitioners in terms of their ethical rights as practitioners. So these platforms provide an opportunity for practitioners to ask questions and engage with the HPCSA, as well as the radio awareness campaigns that we do have. Those we hold in order to uphold our mandate, ensuring that the information about the HPCSA is catered and taken across through the country.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I should also add that this registrar of the Health Professions Council always gets invited to speak in conferences around the country. The Board of Healthcare Funders will always make sure that I address their conferences. The Hospital Association of South Africa, the National Department of Health will make sure that around December when they discuss NHI, they will always include. And many others, the South African medical and dental practitioners, the medical association. So this registrar is out there. I've just returned to go and speak about artificial intelligence in healthcare in the Seychelles and what we are doing in South Africa to make sure that we've got guidelines to guide the profession as far as the usage of artificial intelligence is concerned. So we believe that we give leadership, thought leadership, when it comes to regulatory issues. Not only in South Africa, Chair, but we believe we do so in the rest of Africa. More so that we are the Secretariat of the Association of Medical Associations in Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. But honestly, Honorable Sene was very clear. She wanted to understand what is your turnaround time. And how long does it take you as a council to address and resolve complaints? Because as members of parliament, as she has indicated, we are inundated with a lot of complaints wherein you don't respond. What is your turnaround time? I didn't see it coming clear. Just note it, but she's going to make a follow-up. Let me hand over to Dr. Leroux. That question you must bear in mind is not yet responded to. Dr. Leroux, over to you.
It's me, Chair.
Dr. Honorable Matsubase was actually ahead of me, but yes, I am happy to see to him.
My apologies, you can't let me give it to you. My apology. I don't know what happened. Oh, you lowered his hand. I don't see it anymore here. Okay,
no,
proceed. My apologies.
Thanks,
my apologies for that.
Thanks, Chair, and my apology. First, I want to start off by requesting the members of the council not to apply CBIism on us. And by CBIism, I mean Lieutenant Sibia. When we ask questions,
Honorable Mdwati, there's no members of council here, and there is the registrar and administrators.
Okay, yeah. the registrar and administrators. I want to appeal to them not to apply CBIism on us. CBIism on us, I mean, when we ask questions, they must not send us to the east when we are in the west. I want to make that appeal because I feel that that is coming through and is going to lead us to go into a collision course with them. I want to appeal that earnestly, and I want to appeal, Chairperson, right from the onset, that I have a sense that the leadership of the HPCSA has not prepared, it's not ready. And I want to appeal that with the questions that we are asking, they must come back within a period of 3 months to go and prepare and come back with straight and direct answers, because it's disappointing. And it seems to me that they are becoming agitated when we raise these questions and they want to summarize us. Sitting here with what the presentation, when the presentation was done, I felt like I'm in a lecture hall going to prepare for an exam. We know those legislations. We draft those legislations. We're not interested in procedures and processes. And this is what is coming through. We're interested in the mandate of the council itself. Having said that, Chairperson, I want to start off with the registrar. Just to clarify, can the registrar clarify his statement that the council does not take instructions from anyone? That when we take up this matter, we must be clear as to what it means, because it was a very sharp response, which I take a dim view of what he has said. I must say, straight right away. Can you clarify it so that when we are to take it up, we know how we're going to take it up? Secondly, what is the mechanisms? What are the mechanisms of the HPCSA have to ensure that all professional boards are functional and meeting performance standards? That's my first question. Secondly, I want to go back to the backlog because we seem not to be getting a response. But if they can't, they must just say that we'll go back, we'll prepare, and we'll give you the details of what is happening. In terms of the disciplinary cases and the registration and what turnaround targets exist, if they do exist. How many cases, how many were suspended? How many doctors or professionals were struck off the roll? And what measures are in place to ensure that cases involving patient harm are prioritized and concluded urgently? Fourthly, what is the current status of foreign qualified practitioner evaluation, and what what causes delays in their registration. I'm just emphasizing on what Honorable Sin have raised. And how does HPCSA ensure a follow-through when criminal cases involving practitioners are concluded? And fifthly, how is the HPCSA aligned with Traditional Health Practitioners Act to ensure equal access to health care and non-discrimination? Why are the traditional health practitioners not reflected in education, in the registration, or collaborative oversight structures of the institution? Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, Registrar, I hope you've heard the concerns of the honorable member, and I think you do much better now in responding. Starting from his questions, also the others that are still coming. Over to you, Registrar.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I will apologize on behalf of some of my new managers. They have never appeared in front of a committee of parliament. So I can appreciate the anxiety, to speak to legislators and the leadership of the country is not something small. So I can understand why they take time to get to where they want to get to. But let me clarify why I'm saying that we're not taking instructions. I said that when a complaint is lodged, it is the rules that apply, not instructions from anyone. And this was in the light of an honorable member who said, are you not taking instructions from Zionist organizations? No, we don't, Chair. It is in terms of the rules. You have a complaint against a practitioner, the rules apply, not instructions from anybody. Now, the boards are independent, Chair. They're experts, they're technical people who take decisions on the discipline and sit on pieces and decide on penalties and so on. Now, when preliminary committees do that, the next stage is professional conduct, where the petitioner will be represented by a lawyer and so on, and which is the case in some of the cases that were referred to you. So sometimes the turnaround time becomes difficult because some of them go to the High Court and so on, and then it goes on. You realize that we are more in court than in hospitals. Boards are always there's monitoring and evaluation instrument that we use to look at the functionality of the boards. On a quarterly basis, in all council meetings, there's a monitoring and evaluation instrument that is put in place to make sure that we report on the functionality of boards. And on a quarterly basis, that report goes to the minister. The current state of foreign qualified doctors. There's another issue. The foreign qualified doctors come in but have to write exams. But you've got to qualify to write exams. So you've got to bring your certificates. The equivalent of the Health Professions Council of the country where you trained must be able to confirm that you were in a functional university, a recognized university. You've got to produce an ECFMG certificate to say that this is a credible university. And sometimes some of our students do not bring enough documents. And this takes time because we still have to explain. Maybe we are not explaining well enough. Maybe we must improve our communication. It's a gap that we've realized that you've taught us today that we'll have to look into. Otherwise, it becomes a straightforward thing. It is also not easy for people who trained in other countries without an orientation into the healthcare system of South Africa to be able to pass our exams easily. The case in point is the Cuban program. When they come back, they spend 18 months being orientated in our institutions to understand the healthcare system of the country. It's not just about the patient, but it's about the system of healthcare in the country, how it works from primary healthcare to secondary healthcare to tertiary healthcare, and where their skills are needed to be able to make sure that the whole system works. The follow-through when criminal cases are concluded. Chair, this is a very important one. We we have an MOU with the rest of the regulatory environment organization together with BHF. It came to our attention that there were doctors who were in prison who were able to claim for medical aids because BHF will give them practice numbers and they will continue. Because of this regulatory environment that we are doing, we have been able to stop that. Today, the BHF will never give a practice number until the practitioner demonstrates that is fully registered with the Health Professions Council of South Africa and that there's no case pending against them and they have not been found guilty of anything. So these are the kind of things we're busy doing. With the traditional health, Chairperson, our act is the Health Professions Act number 56 of 1974. And it will help us if you as lawmakers can change it to include the traditional health because we don't have them as part of us for now. So I won't be able to assist on that one. We are always interested in criminal issues. I'm sure you must be following the Mazanga Commission that the 360 million tender, part of the specifications was that the people must be registered with the Health Professions Council of South Africa. We are waiting to get information as to who those practitioners were. For now, we don't know yet. So we can also add that we have we have done a research with consultants. We found out that $50 billion circulates in an illegal healthcare business in Southern Africa. This is very important, Chair. It shows that it is not only Tembisa Hospital, but it's far bigger than anything. Maybe for now, let me leave it at this stage, Chair. Thanks.
Yes, Dr. Masike, the question around the traditional healers, practitioners, it was to say what is that you are doing. And then for you to say you can help, and then us who must fix the law, you are the user of the act. And it's you who must propose what needs to be done. I'm trying to just raise that with you so that you consider that the mere fact that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and there's an act of parliament that must also apply to you because you are the only institution that is responsible for the regulations of the professions, and that one is a profession. So that's the point. But yeah, I think Honorable Mtubatse will explain it to you further when he follows up on his questions. Who is next? Now is you, Dr. Leroux.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you.
So just to clarify, because sorry, Dr. Bro, we are talking about the Traditionals Act of 2007, and which they have a mandate to make sure, and I'm very disappointed if now he's referring to another act that is prior to that particular period, but he'll come back and clarify.
And as far as I know, there's been a member of the HPCSA that sits in the Traditional Health Practitioner Council. And we expect the good doctor to know this, but like you have indicated, yeah, that's the issue to say with regard to these inadequacies of response. He has said that his managers are not used to responding to questions, whatever. We'll give him that latitude for today, but in future, colleagues, when you come to these platforms, you must be readily prepared to deal with these questions. And then I think it's also dealing with that issue that I raised earlier, that I'll make a follow-up on the lacuna in the absence of the council. Can I allow you, Dr. Leroux, to proceed?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to the Health Professions Council for your presentation. I want to just say, first of all, it's good to hear about the positive progress that is being made, especially within the light of the Ngoku initiative. And I'm glad to hear that things are being resolved more quickly, and that there is from the leadership perspective, that there is an urgency to get things done and to do them now. And so thank you for that. I have to say, as a medical practitioner myself, I do also want to compliment you on the CPD certification process that is now much better linked to registration that we have to do every year and is available on the portal. And so I wanted to compliment you on that and hope that that will continue to improve. But I think that that's a great step forward, and to see that at least 70% of practitioners are now CPD compliant is I think a great step forward. I think that I just perhaps want to echo some of the concerns of the honourable members in terms of times taken for complaints. And I am hoping that this is improving, but I do think that it is something that does require thoughtful processes. I, for example, put a complaint in about a practitioner that I thought was causing harm, but this is now 15 years ago, and it took nearly 8 years before the issue was dealt with. And I think that in that case, if we are wanting to protect the public from unethical and poor medical practice, we do need to be much more responsive in the processes. And I'm sure that has improved, but it is important, and it'll be helpful to understand the ballpark figures. I know that my colleagues have asked about this, but the ballpark figures that if a member of the public comes forward with a complaint that is a fairly well how should I say, with well-documented concerns, not just a bogus complaint that is made out of allegations, but where there is evidence, it would be good to know how long one would expect such a process to happen before that doctor is brought before disciplinary committee. And I understand that there's obviously people that need to see they need people who need to evaluate the evidence, and that does take time. But I think that it is important that the public understands how, and that we as the members of Parliament also understand how quickly those issues can be dealt with. In your presentation, you didn't really go into your budgets and your income per year, but it would be useful to know what that is. So if you could just let me know what your income is per year. Does that only come from the members who pay their yearly fees, or do you get any funding from the Department of Health or from the government? And then what is money spent on? What are your main? I assume that staffing is a major budget item, but what are the other things? How much do you spend on court cases and investigations? How much is on the administration of this massive number of 244,000 people that are registered with you? How much is spent on complaints? I know you also do internship certification of hospitals, registration of universities and their specialities, and so that would be helpful to understand approximately what amount of time you spend on each of those and what the budget is allocated to those. And it might be that you can only send that on to us at a later stage, but that would be helpful to know. Then thirdly, I just wanted to ask a little bit more about the foreign qualified doctors, and I appreciate your stance that we do need to protect the South African public from bogus doctors and people who are poorly qualified. And I've just gone to look at that list that you mentioned of universities that are acceptable by the Health Professions Council. It's a fairly old list from 2021 to 2022 that I could get online. It might be that there's a newer one on, but I'd like to understand the difference between the non-exam track and the exam track universities that are listed on that list. I also think that we need to recognize that we do have two types of doctors who are foreign qualified. We've got South Africans who've gone overseas to qualify overseas, because usually they can't get into universities in South Africa because they don't have the marks. And then we've got foreign qualified doctors who are not South African citizens, who either are married to South Africans and would like to work in South Africa, which I think is a great resource. And secondly, we have doctors from outside our borders who would like to work in South Africa. And there has been a dispensation allocated for particularly doctors working in rural medicine. I worked for many years in a small rural hospital, and the help of excellent foreign qualified doctors who came and got a short-term 2 or 3 year registration to allow them to work in rural hospitals helped us to survive and allowed us to bring in doctors who were helping us. And I think we do need to recognize that those skills are highly sought after skills and are valuable in our country. And I do find at times the Health Profession Council has put a very deep moat around South Africa and stopped people who are living in South Africa from getting qualification, and meant that we have these resources in our country that could be used to help South Africans that have been basically not been used. And so how is the Health Professions Council trying to ensure that people who are qualified can do that? I've had lots of complaints from members of medical doctors who are trying to get qualified, both South African and overseas qualified, South African and foreign doctors who have qualified overseas, that the whole process is extremely difficult, that it's unclear when the board exams are happening, that they are published very late, that there's uncertainty about what the different processes are that have to be followed. And I'd just like to get clarity, if you could explain to us exactly how that works, how often those board exams happen, where they happen, and where that curriculum is available. I think that would be very important for us to understand that. And then, yeah, I think that the final question for me is, there's two last questions. There's one around the registration of universities. We know that there have been, Walter Sisulu University, for example, lost its accreditation for some of the specialities like ophthalmology, and those seems to have been reinstated. What going to happen to those registrars who were at Walter Sisulu University who, through no fault of their own, suddenly found themselves in a university that wasn't registered? Are they going to be accommodated now that is their time going to be accommodated now that they haven't now that that accreditation has been reinstated, or will they have to do extra time to compensate for that? And then I just think the last question was around the late payment of registration fees. Now, for a long time, the Health Professions Council has had a policy of, if you are even just one day late, you pay 10 times the amount that you would have paid had you done it on time. And I understand that there needs to be a strong incentive for people to pay their fees on time, but that does seem like a really harsh penalty. Is that something that the Health Professions Council is reconsidering, and will to be slightly less harsh on those who through administrative incompetence might be a little bit late with their payment? Thank you.
Okay. Registrar and team, those are the questions from the honorable member. Can we get responses?
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Leroux. You said a mouthful, but I would like the manager in charge of corporations to respond.
Yeah. I suggest that the CFO, maybe a registrar, should tackle the budget and expenditure issues, and then I'll follow.
You start.
I start. Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you, honourable member, for that question. And well, it's several questions, but I think the core issue there is to do with foreign qualified persons, not just South Africans, but those who are born elsewhere and would seek to come and practice. And indeed, you refer to the medical practitioners who used to provide great assistance in rural areas, who came mainly from Europe, but from other parts of the world. And indeed, we had an easy arrangement to enable them to come, and it would be on very specified durations. It could be 6 months, and it could be extended by another 12 months, and there weren't onerous requirements that they had to meet at the time. Unfortunately, that created another problem because the expectation was always that these types of practitioners, on concluding whatever was agreed to, would ultimately return to their countries. And then suddenly we found ourselves with quite a number of these practitioners who then do not return to their countries. And we wouldn't have registered them for an ongoing practice in South Africa. So what the relevant board decided was to now standardize requirements for registration across the board, whether you are coming in as a volunteer or whether you are coming in for education and training purposes, or you seek a normal practice. You then have to meet all of those requirements so that we don't have to be dealing with the issue of what happens at the end of the defined duration. Now, I'm just trying to look at my list. The board exams, and I think we're talking medical board exams here, which are usually conducted on our behalf by an external service provider. And those are largely medical universities. And currently, we rely on the services of the University of KwaZulu-Natal to provide those board exams. Now, remember that an institution like that has got its own full-time academic program. And in fact, that's really their core business. So it's not possible for them to always be making these exams available, maybe with much more frequency than is the case right now. So currently, we have an arrangement.
Hello, can you stop there? There's a request for members for you to show your faces. As majority of you, I knew the members, they want to attach the face on who's speaking. Can we do that?
Yes, let me just find my my thing here. Oh God, where is?
Even if it's a bandwidth issue, you can show your face. Then you will switch it off later. But members want to see now and attach the faces to the people who are speaking.
Can't find that. Ma'am, just give me a second to just find my bearings here.
We have also picked up the
support people, yeah.
Because they were making noise. Let's hope we'll find it. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, am I visible? I can't see.
It's just darkness that I asked related to last time. It was just darkness, there are no faces. Is it only me, honorable members, or?
Now we can see him.
Now we can see him.
Now you can see him.
Nice to see him.
Okay, thank you. So yes, so I was just talking to the issue of the practitioners that we bring in on agreed to short-term stints, but then beyond that, then they elect to stay, and it just creates problems for us. But yes, we with the University of KwaZulu-Natal have got an arrangement to offer these medical examinations in 2 cycles in a year. So it will be a theory and a practical examination, and it's usually around May and June, and then the second cycle is around September and October to accommodate. And usually we're able to accommodate most, if not all, of the applicants who meet our requirements. Now, the other issue is to do with recognition of programs, and there was reference to Walter Sisulu University. And I think it might be reflecting some kind of maybe poor communication between ourselves as a regulator and the institutions, because, a program will be evaluated, and a determination will be made by the relevant board if that program is meeting requirements. And if indeed it is not meeting requirements, there is formal communication to the university. And I think the challenge might be how that information then is disseminated to prospective trainees in that program. And we have witnessed some instances, and I think few, where universities will still admit trainees in programs that either have not been recognized or have lost recognition from the board. And the denial of recognition is purely for the very same reason we have been mentioning about the need to protect the public. So if the board is not convinced that that program is going to give us the competent practitioners we want, it will be risky for the HPCSA to allow training to continue based on that program. So I hope I have covered the key issues that the honourable member has raised, and if that is okay, Chairperson, through the registrar, maybe we'll invite other managers to come in and deal with the rest of the questions. Thank you.
And that's the way to go. Can we get the other managers to deal with the questions so that we can progress to the next speaker?
I've requested the CFO to help us with the budget as the Honourable Dr. Nulu asked us.
Thank you very much, Chair. The questions with regards to the ordinance, our budget is around 400 million. Yeah. We received.
We can't hear the speaker. There's an echo. It's either there's another mic that is on. And can the CFO also show his face first? And then we can take it.
Chair, and the chair and members hear me?
The echo is still there. You can do better.
Just a moment. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Just on the questions on the budget, we have a 480 million rand budget on an annual basis. We receive no funding from government. Most of our funding will come from our annual fees, which makes up 71% of our revenue. The second biggest contributor is registration fees received from new entrants onto the register, which makes up about 7% of our fees. Then in terms of our expenditure, just give me a second. Just need to go there. Okay, the camera.
Yes, it would be great.
For that. There we go. On the expenditure side, our main expenditure is for council and council committees is about 3%. The boards and its committees is around 9%. Professional conduct expenditure for dealing with complaints is around 8%. Professional board accreditations of the universities and institutions is around 2%. Staff expenditure is around 56%. And administration expenditure is around 22%. There was also a question on restoration and suspensions. In terms of that process, annual fees is payable by 31st of March on an annual basis. We do give extension for those payments, and this year we suspended practitioners on 30 September. Now, from when we issue annual fees, which is around February and January this year, the practitioner get notices from HPCSA in terms of what they owe to us, and then we also send reminders to them to remind them that they have not paid. So when we suspend practitioner on 30 September, they have been given sufficient notices that payments were due by them. And then when they pay us a day or two late, unfortunately, we are then not able to receive those payments as annual fee payments, and they will have to go through formal restoration processes. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm sure we are done with the number of questions you asked.
Yes. It's my time to recognize the next speaker. That's Dr. Litlape.
Sorry, Chair, my hand was up before
him.
Went down, and I had to then put my hand up, so I landed last in the queue.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. You start, then Dr. Litlape will follow. In that
Thank you very much, Chair. There's just a couple of really more clarity-seeking questions, because many of the members have already asked many of my questions. So I'm not going to repeat that in interest of time. But, you know, I would like to ask the following. I mean, regarding the appeals committee, are they compromised? Are they compromised members independent of the original investigation? And what are the stats on appeals lodged and appeals upheld? And regarding the increased clearance of complaints of 73.7%, does that correlate to an increase in the percentage of appeals? And I ask this question because when Member Sene asked her questions, she also thanked, the department in terms of their high standards. But I also want to say, you know, we compliment in terms of high standards, but then we also, the high standards versus our massive medical legal claims that we deal with on an annual basis, which has huge implications in terms of healthcare. And if I could just sort of get, you know, clarity on that issue, and then in terms of the appeals as well, and how they correlate. Then I also just want to find out what criteria is put in place in terms of training and ensuring professionalism, because we see a lot of horror stories happening in our hospitals, and that is something that we really need to deal with. And sometimes either our healthcare workers are worked to the bone, or secondly, there are some incompetencies that happen. And then just in terms of training, we spoke about accreditation in training. Sorry, I just want to grab my notes in front of me. We talk about accreditation in training, and there are certain universities or tertiary institutions that are not accredited. Is there some kind of discussions around those institutions in order to accredit them so that we can ensure we have more people on board, more professionalism on board in terms of training? And then you spoke at length about foreign doctors and in terms of the backlogs, in terms of Dr. Leroux's question. And I am concerned about that and how long it takes, because there's many foreign doctors that come into this country that are highly skilled, that would like to contribute to our health profession, and then sometimes have to wait for months on end in order to be able to do that. And I often get complaints from these doctors that I send on to the department, and they do respond, but it really takes, a long time. And I'd really like to understand what the backlogs are in each category, and then also the delays in placing interims, and interns, the delays in placing interns, and are their personal requirements also catered for? Because you often get a young doctor that's placed somewhere in an area and his wife is pregnant and living in another province. And I think at times we also have to be human sensitive in terms of those issues, and are those matters taken into account? And then also, if the health professional does not comply to the relevant CPD points, what effort is made to ensure that they comply? Because I also worked in the healthcare system for a long time, and I know doctors always stress that they must, have X amount of CPD points in order to practice, and really stressed around that, whilst they are having to concentrate on healthcare to their patients. Thank you, Chairperson. That's all from me.
Thank you, Honorable Clark. Can we get responses from the team?
Thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Chair. Let's start with the accreditation processes and the training. Through David.
Yeah.
The appeal committee with council will deal with.
Yeah.
or the other advocate spoke on?
Yeah. I tried to make a distinction between accreditation and recognition because of the way that the Act is currently crafted. Because it singles out universities and technicons, what we now call universities of technology. And I think there is an understanding that if you are talking recognition of a higher education institution, that is the responsibility of the Council for Higher Education. And we have interacted with that council, and there is agreement and even on the language that we need to use around this. The registrar signed that memorandum of agreement with his counterpart at CHE more than 2 years ago, and hence now we talk about recognizing institutions for purposes of registration with the HPCSA. Now, the circumstances vary from one institution to another, and it also depends on the discipline within which or the discipline for that training platform. Some are easy to handle. Others, especially if you're talking the medical ones, are much more complex. And in fact, even the evaluation panels that get instituted are usually larger than you'll find with other professional areas. But the most important thing is for that institution to make all the relevant information that is required, including information on capacity within the institution to offer that kind of training. So it's a towing and froing until then, we find each other, and that board-created panel feels comfortable to say we will then recognize this institution or the training program that is offered in that institution. Now, for the foreign qualified, and indeed we do accept a significant number of foreign qualified persons, and I'm not talking South African born. We've got about 10,000 people practicing in South Africa that are not originally South African. And it's simply because they would have met our requirements. Through assessments, we would have established that they are competent enough to be able to offer the skills that we so desperately need as a country. The bottom line, though, is that if they don't meet those requirements, and it can be a very protracted process, honorable member. If you have studied, if you come from Russia, your documentation, your qualifications, and everything associated with that is in Russian. You have to now go through that process of getting documents translated and notarized, and this actually takes time for the type of applicants that we need. In some instances, they even have difficulty, especially those that are who studied in China, in providing evidence of recognition of an institution by an equivalent regulator in those countries. And then other kind of interventions have to be put in place to circumvent that. And remember that in places like China, a lot of those institutions are commercial institutions. They are there purely for profit-making purposes, and ensuring that you get a really properly trained and competent person might not necessarily be very high on the list of priorities, because that is a commercial institution. And we know that some of the training there is compromised for reasons that are maybe to do with race. There are instances where trainees who look like me would not be allowed to touch patients in some of those platforms, and they have to be subjected to other forms, simulations, and all of that. And as we know, interacting with patients as you are training is very critical to give you the clinical kind of exposure and expertise that you will require. So we look into all of those things, and as I said, if the board does not feel satisfied, then that person will have difficulties with securing training registration with the HPCSA. I'm just trying to check now the CPD issue, and indeed I think we've come a long way in terms of where we used to be, and there is a determination to ensure that we keep this standard, because it is a legislative requirement, and our Act in fact says practitioners who do not meet this CPD compliance requirement will be subjected to suspensions, and they will not be able to practice their profession. But we are also improving our own systems to try and make it easy for practitioners to be able to participate in CPD activities and gain that compliance that will enable them to keep on practicing. I think that concludes the list that I could respond to, and over to Ms. Bariache. Oh, sorry. Over to advocate. The camera.
These whispering colleagues. You can do it without whispering, and simply so you switch off, you mute the microphone, please.
Okay.
And let's move. We mustn't go around circles. I still have 3 more members to ask you questions. And there's another presentation. Proceed.
And honorable members, mine relates to appeals. First and foremost, I must state it quite clearly that the independence of those who sit in appeals is guarded jealously. So indeed, those members who sit on appeals have no prior engagement with the matter that is being appealed. So they are completely independent. And again, as it relates to whether the increase in complaints correlates with the increase of appeals, indeed, we are actually out there in terms of marketing and the organization. And indeed, it could be the result of the increase in complaints that we have. However, we have not, we don't have at this juncture the stats that actually reveal whether there is a correlation. I must, however, state that there is a high increase as it relates to matters being appealed, because I can sit here and state that almost 71% of the matters that are finalized at prelim, they get appealed against. And as it relates to timeframes are strictly regulated. Immediately after the finalization of the matter, the aggrieved party has 30 days to appeal the decision, and the respondent has 14 days to respond thereto. And that basically covers it, I hope.
Yeah, while you're on that, are you actually complying to those timeframes? And then we would like you to finish us with proof to that effect. You've covered that. Is there anyone who wants to respond on the issues as raised by Honorable Clerk?
Well, Chair, we are prepared to share the information that the internal audit has looked into, especially the fair performance of the registrar, because it involves the whole organization. We can do that. We will send to workers. But as it relates to the high standards, Chair, we've got a predetermined objective as to the kind of product we want out of the system of education for healthcare professionals in the country. Chair, we confirm that we agree with CANMED, which is the Canadian Medical dental council, medical and dental council, and the Pakistan ones. And the committee that was chaired by the former Vice Chancellor of the University of the Free State, that we need to produce healthcare workers who are professionals, who will go on to make sure that they're up to date with what is happening in their field. And that means that they must be able to do continued professional development. And that is why we insist. By the way, we come from a 3%. We are proud to tell you, to announce that we are at 70%. We continue to make sure that we go up. We also want to state that we also actually expect the products of our institutions to be able to reflect the values of society, to be able to know the thinking of society, that as doctors or medical professionals, whoever, are able to be in line with what the society stands for. So we are able to say that they must communicate. So we expect them to be good communicators, not just about health issues, but health issues on behalf of their communities. And lastly, Chair, we believe that they must also be very good in aligning themselves with leadership principles in the healthcare industry. Thank you, Chair.
And Registrar, with your permission, I just skipped one issue that was raised by Ms. Clark to do with the placement of interns and to indicate that that is the responsibility of the National Department of Health. So I don't know what considerations are made on personal circumstances that individual interns or prospective interns might be having and how those are managed. Our role as a regulator is to ensure that they are registered as interns to be able to be in those internship platforms. Thank you.
Okay. Can I hand over to Dr. Litlape? Dr. Litlape? Okay, it's fine. Sure.
I will just be visible for a few moments just for proof of life. If I take too long, stop me, Chair.
We can see you.
The first issue would be to ask the council. There's always this challenge about board exams. You are dependent on outside. Is day of technology. When will the council be in position to provide its own exams and not dependent institutions that may dump you? And that's why we have people challenged by when the exam is going to be offered, how many people can take the exam. That's my first question. The second issue, which is a major issue for me, is this issue referring to the case of Dr. Mofokeng. But I'd also add the matter of Dr. Ramatoba. I understand the explanation that has been provided on the cases that were mentioned, the case of Dr. Grieve, and there's also the case of Preddy and others. But what you see as a commonality in those cases is the fact that there's an intersection with patient care or with patients. Dr. Grieve was acting as a financial advisor to his patients and ex-patients. So there's a nexus to patients. The ones that were accepting gratuities was around patient care, and they were basically being given bonuses for referrals and profit sharing, violating some of our ethical codes. So there's an intersection with patient care. The case that was mentioned up front about the death of Stephen Bantubiko, those that were charged were issues about the care they were giving to patients. Now, my question is, and I must express I have a conflict of interest in this matter, but I also need to know what my future holds. As a practitioner registered with cancer, but a politician, when I do things in my capacity as a politician, whether they are policy making or robust discussion. I mean, I've had the minister in discussions around NHI use terms like hooliganism, but that's in policy making, and that's performing his function as a policy maker and as a politician. Does that come under the jurisdiction of the Health Professions Council of South Africa? Because there's a clear distinction on the cases that you have mentioned about Grieve and others. There's a connection to patients. You may argue that when we make policy, it impacts on patients. So the question then asks, are the policymakers answerable to a statutory body in terms of making policy for the country? When some of us were in the trenches and there was a discordance between the policy of the nation, of the department, in terms of providing ARVs, and the minister was registered with cancer, no one ever reported the minister to cancer. We dealt with that issue in the political arena as a policy issue. Even those of us that were in bodies that were like the medical association, we never reported it to cancer because we made the recognition that it's a political issue and that is where it should be fought. Now, does the cancer make that clear distinction that when people work in a political function, they should be adjudicated in that arena where they work? Going back to what was raised about the special rapporteur in the UN, or do we need Parliament to go and defend us proactively against the Health Professions Council to protect us in doing our job as policymakers and as politicians so that we are immunized from what I consider acts outside the scope of cancer? Is it the matter that we can reach consensus on, or do we need to take it to the courts for an adjudication to be made, where we, as lawmakers, would like to be given space to do our job, even though we may be registered with the Health Professions Council, because this is not about patients. And this is going to be a major issue, and it has an impact on money that is being spent on the Dr. Ramatuba case and money that is being spent on the special rapporteur and potential conflicts going forward. So this matter needs to be clarified and adjudicated upon. And if council feels it is within their ethical scope, going back to Honorable Chira's question about what happens in a parking lot at a supermarket, what happens at a wedding, what happens anywhere else, there needs to be clarity about those issues where it is about your job elsewhere or a social event or something that is outside the realm of the practice of medicine or impact on patients or misleading patients. Because this is, for me, is a big issue that needs to be clarified. Because some of us here, Dr. Leroux included, might be impacted by those issues. The third question is this one. I just want the registrar, if possible, to stay for the next debate, because there were issues about forced sterilizations and that were reported to the Health Professions Council, so it will be important to know, to get answers where appropriate in that regard. So I just ask for your indulgence, registrar, to stay on for that, and the questions will be asked under that. Now, we've had the issue of a Mayosi commission 10 years ago that recommended unbundling. Can council clarify what is the position with regard to that? Has the recommendations of the commission been found to be unsound by another commission or by another judicial body? And why is that not being implemented? The issue of unbundling. The fourth question relates to the issue of scope of practice of the professions and encroachment. We see increasingly that different professions under your 12 boards are expanding their scopes, encroaching into other scopes. There's a long-standing matter between optometrists and ophthalmologists that has not been resolved. Decades later, when I came there in 2010, I inherited a matter from the previous ophthalmologist that was on board, and that matter has still not been resolved. So the issue of scopes of practice, and what is the view of council on the practice where vulnerable populations and poor people are treated by people who've expanded their scopes, encroaching into other areas. But those cadres are not used by the rich, like myself and yourselves as staff members on this board. So I just need to know, what is council's view on this issue of encroachment? Then I have a question in relation to protection of professionalism and independence of the profession. There's a recommendation from the Health Market Inquiry where the rules of council have been found wanting. When council wants to protect practitioners from working from the cat matalas of this world or the corporate world, where it becomes impossible to put the patients first. Because once you're employed by corporate, by law, your first interest is not the patient. Your first interest and your duty is to the company. What is council's position in relation to this position from this recommendation from the Health Market Inquiry? Is council agreeing with them to do away with protection of professional independence by allowing for-profit companies to employ professionals that are supposed to be driven by the interests of the patients and not market interests? Lastly, a question was raised about the high levels of penalties for late payment of registration fees. I know that is the law, just like apartheid was the law. But does council see the penalties for late payment as reasonable or as a form of abuse of power and highly exorbitant? Can you tell us who you compare with? I mean, when we have late penalty for licensing of our cars, it'll be pro rata in accordance with the period, and it'll be a percentage per month. This seems to be excessive and a form of racketeering. And the question is not that it's not law. Yes, it's law. And you can come up with laws that are not reasonable just because you have the power to make the law. So I don't want an answer that says, but it's the power of the board. My question is this reasonable and fair? Now, lastly, Chair, what I would appeal is that there are other issues that have been raised about performance of the organization that have not been answered properly in terms of what are your timeframes in terms of complaints management. So what I would suggest, Chair, that there be a day's engagement with council where we will be furnished with the auditor's report on the performance of the organization, seeing whether they have performance targets and how they're performing against the targets that they've set for themselves. Just like for other entities, we would have the Auditor General's report that would give us a sense into those issues. That would be my last request, Chair. And thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leklape. Can we get responses to all the questions raised? I'll prefer we be sequential so that we don't miss the others.
I will try. Let me try with the first one, the own exams. Chairperson, from the Health Professionals Council, this is a journey that we have started some time ago. There was a time in this organization with online exams on the order of the day. And when COVID came, then there were problems. We did not proceed. But it's not something that we've really stopped thinking about. With the advent of artificial intelligence, we believe that it will be very important for us to look into ways of revisiting online exams. However, when it comes to healthcare, we believe that oral exams are also of critical importance, and that it is also important for us to know that our students are able to examine patients properly. So it's a mixture of the two, that you may have the oral, you may have the online exam, but at the same time, you may have to be able to examine in front of examiners to know exactly what you are doing. So we agree with Dr. Ntapu. We think that this is the future, especially with artificial intelligence. The rest of the questions, Chair, let me leave it to the people on legal and regulatory affairs to look into the cases. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, mine relates to the jurisdictional issue. And I think the point that's being made is the fact that in the cases that we have cited, there seems to be an element of a link to patient care. And I'm going to just go back to what we said initially, being that the definition itself is wide. And the definition reads, unprofessional conduct means improper or disgraceful or dishonorable or unworthy conduct, or conduct which, and this is where my emphasis is, conduct which, when regard is had to the profession of a person who is registered in terms of the Act, is improper or disgraceful or dishonorable or unworthy. So it is quite clear in the casual reading of that definition that it covers almost everything. It doesn't make any specific mention of a nexus to patient care. It only says there are behavioral standards expected of a person who is registered in this profession. And it goes further to say this definition is broad, and that is what is said in Grave. This definition is broad, and nothing in it supports the contention that the council's jurisdiction is confined to the conduct of rendering health services. That is expressly stated in the Grave case, which therefore disputes contention that it must be related to patient care. It must be related to a caliber of a professional that is expected by society and by the profession. So indeed, the jurisdiction is quite obtained in these matters if they have any way whatsoever to affect the person and the outlook of the profession. And indeed, in matters that we are speaking about, we are dealing with these matters simply because there are complaints. And whenever there are complaints, we are bound by law, we are forced by law to investigate those complaints. And when they then serve in a structure, it is that independent structure that has professionals and practitioners in it who will then make a determination whether there's a case or not. But we will be found wanting if we don't investigate cases. And it is on the strength of the outcomes of the investigation that we then will say the matter is meritorious or not. And again, I think I am somewhat constrained to specifically comment on the Ramatuba matter because of the fact that the matter is still subject to care. I might compromise the matter if I make any further comments on it. But generally, the principle indeed is that the definition has been made wide. And again, this is supported by court jurisprudence in the form of the cases that I have cited. And indeed, it must be registered, honorable members, that council as the organization is castus morum, meaning in a nutshell, it is the guardian of morals and ethics as it relates to the profession, without any reference specifically to patient care. Thank you very much.
Can I go register? Yeah. Regarding issues of scope.
Sorry, David, not to interject, but I wasn't just referring to care. I was saying it's got a nexus to patients. Even those that are not in care, that were encouraged to invest in a financial institution, but there's a nexus to people that you can influence. So it's not just about care, just to clarify that.
Chair, the clarity is noted, but the point that is being made is it is not a requirement that there must be a patient involved. It only states that the behavior must accord to standards expected of a practitioner register. And in an event where that behavior does not accord to standards expected of a practitioner, then that practitioner will be found guilty ultimately. And the institution, therefore, has jurisdiction over such matters.
Regarding issues of scope encroachment, and I suppose maybe the floodgates, to use that language loosely, were opened when nurse-initiated management of antiretroviral treatment was introduced because of the huge burden that the country was facing at the time, the HIV/AIDS burden, and limited capacity within the medical profession to respond to that burden. Hence, the introduction of what is now well known as NIMAT. And we've had a similar development with the pharmacists. For pharmacist-initiated management of antiretroviral treatment, PMAT. And in this instance, I don't know if Dr. Letlape is aware, I think there were discussions within council led by the Medical and Dental Professions Board, which took a very firm stance against the introduction of PMAT. Although in the conversations that we have had, we were made to understand that ultimately it will be the decision, I suppose, of the National Department of Health or the Director General on how that is handled. And these two that I've referred to, you can see are initiatives outside of the HPCSA. So they come through other councils, and maybe the decision or the understanding that ultimately it will require adjudication by the National Department of Health or the Director General. And indeed, you have made reference to requests for scope adjustments, not just for the optometrists, even those who fall under the physiotherapy, podiatry, and biokinetics board, where there is a desire, certainly by podiatrists, to be able to initiate a treatment. Now, the latter, I think it's much easier because it sort of comes up internally within the HPCSA. And because of that, I think we have a better handle on that, because then, as Dr. Letlape will recall, it always requires the inputs from all the boards, all the professional boards, and there's always preference given to the opinions of the medical and dental professions board. But in any event, these matters are still being processed, and I'm sure once final decisions have been made, that will be communicated. But yeah, the boards are looking at that matter. The second and last point that I can respond to is that to do with what came out of the health market inquiry, and Dr. Letlape is correct. The HMI seemed to find some of our processes as it relates to the employment of practitioners by corporates may be problematic, to use a fairly loose language, and there was a view that HPCSA be involved in employment matters. And yet we hold this view of professional independence and making sure that it's always the needs of a patient that are prioritized. And as I'm talking to you, there was a time that we thought we could have a position, but there has been a very vocal request that this matter be reopened for further consultation and engagement. That's why I'm sure you're aware of notices having been released and withdrawn, and new notices having been published. So we'll see what comes out of this. HPCSA can forge a position, a different position, or maybe still hold back to the previous position. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can we allow Honorable Komalo to raise their questions?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Can I continue, Chair?
Yes, you are on the platform.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, Chair, honorable members and our officials that are in the platform. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to appreciate and admire the presentation by HPCSA. I'm just having few questions because most of the questions members have already addressed. But I want just Chairperson to check with HPCSA in terms of their strategy that they are using to popularize their work, especially in rural and semi-rural areas. Remember, they've said they are standing for those who does not have voice. So in rural and semi-rural areas, how do they reach those communities? Chairperson, in relation to the cases, I'm no more going to ask about the numbers, but I want just to check in terms of provinces, where most of their cases are coming from, in which provinces. On the issue, Chairperson, of the Quality Assurance Committee, which areas of improvement have been identified by this committee, especially in government hospitals and clinics? And what are they doing to assist? And what are they doing also in terms of when they go back the following year and find the situation still the same and no improvement? What is the committee doing in relation to that? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Komalo. Can we get responses to the issues as raised by Honorable Komalo?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to indicate that not all the questions Dr. Letlape were answered, but I'm going to take this one on. Maybe you'll refer us back later.
Yeah, I realize that.
Yes.
You can also couple with that as
yes,
you respond to Dr. Komalo, to Honorable Komalo, sorry.
Honorable Komalo, to popularize the work in the rural areas. we did indicate that we do radio stations, community radio stations. I do participate there, and some of my managers do. But we also admit that it's not enough. Remember, you pay a certain time. So when they give you the opportunity to speak on the radio, you pay them for that. So we do not get money, as my CFO indicated, from the department. We get money from practitioners. So sometimes the resources are not necessarily there all the time. But yes, we try very hard. Where do we get a lot of cases? Chairperson, the number of bogus doctors in one province, which is the highest in the country, is actually the Western Cape. To the extent that we've now opened an office of compliance in the Western Cape to be able to do compliance visits and monitor what is happening there. We've also opened an office in Durban and another office in East London, so that we do this. We look at bogus doctors. We've also found out that bogus doctors don't operate in isolation. They belong to a far bigger syndicate than we think. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, we had the opportunity to speak to other generals of the police, together with other regulatory bodies, where we are going to be doing joint operations. And when SAPRA led a private lab, we found some registered practitioners there. So to do things together works for us. We want to go on to look at quality assurance in hospitals. Chairperson, maybe one should go back to the issue raised by Dr. Leroux about Honorable Leroux and Dr. Leroux about issues of some of our doctors who are overseas and so on, who want to come back and so on. We have now increased our platform in terms of registration to get more information of exactly where the doctors are, where the practitioners are. We may have shown you that in our books we've got 244,185 registered practitioners, but most of the time we don't know where they are. So we've now expanded the platform to make sure that we know exactly where they are. But to take it further, Chair, we've gone on to make sure that we speak to the department and other regulatory bodies to have a system, an interoperable system in the country that will support the national health insurance. The language is called semantic interoperability, which is the ability of different computer systems organizations to exchange data in a way that the meaning of the data is preserved and understood in the same way by all parties. This will be good for the country. As we get the doctors to know where they are, the system must be such that it must be able to speak to the electronic record of the future for us to have a 360-degree of the patient in the country. And this will help us to get data anytime we need it, to know where the doctors are. We've got to be the ones to say how many oncologists are in the country. Should be able to say where they are, whether they're in the country or not. We are unable to do that now, but this is a project of the future that we are doing, that we are getting involved in. We go on here to look at unbundling as raised by Dr. Chapter. The Mayosi commission, not really a commission, was a task team appointed by the minister. Now, a task team will make recommendations, and because it's a task team, it's still up to the minister to implement his recommendations. But what have we done as the Health Professions Council of South Africa? Chairperson of streamlined management, with a management team that is committed to serving the population of South Africa. We are not there yet. We have just told you about Ngo. We are not there yet, but systems are in place to make sure that we become an excellent organization, an excellent regulator. We may not be able to offhand give you some of the statistics, but the important thing is to make sure that we do what we are supposed to do. Unbundling is a legal matter, a legislative process that must be undertaken, maybe led by the department. There's very little I can do or we can do, except to make sure that we've got an efficient and effective organization. maybe we should also look at the scope of practice. Chairperson, this is an argument that has always been there for the longest time. I participated in a meeting of physiotherapists with SAPRA where they wanted to prescribe certain medication. My argument is medical, Chair. When you prescribe, there are a number of things that might happen. It is not fair for us to think that physiotherapists can just prescribe anti-inflammatories. Anti-inflammatories have side effects, and one of them is upper GI bleeding. They could cause ulcers. Where do they stop? So when you prescribe, you've got to be able to say what happens when you've got anaphylactic shock, for instance. When you prescribe and you give medication and the patient reacts terribly, you need to be able to intubate the patient if need be, depending on the level of anaphylaxis. And we do not believe that unless people are trained to the extent that they're able to help us, to help the patient when there's anaphylactic shock, they should be given the right to prescribe. That is my standpoint, and I think it's medically sound. And this is what we are making. The scope of practice must be determined in line with the training of the profession. And if people are not trained enough to do certain things, they should not be allowed to do it. What else? Corporate employment. Chairperson, I was chairperson of the Untitled Business Practice for 7 years in my previous life. When I left this organization at that time, we had unbundled private hospitals, we had private labs as well. We made sure that when I came back, I found out the situation has returned to normal, like the normal that I left. And that Rule 18 had already changed, that the private hospitals were to employ doctors. Chairperson, we need to make sure that whatever we do as an organization, we do things in a manner that reflects the South Africa of today, which is a democratic country. We need to entrench the values of democracy. The regulator must be able to speak to the regulated so that the regulations that come out are accommodative of everyone. We have done so, Chairperson. Stakeholders were advised that this is undesirable. We have done so, and we are busy consulting. Once again, we have reopened the consultation process, and I think later we'll be able to come back and say to you, this is what we stand for. Chair, as I conclude, the performance of the registrar can be sent to the committee. It's done, it has been audited, the half-year one has been done, and you'll be able to view us after this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I allow Honorable Shabangu to ask questions? We are mindful of the time that's no longer on our side, but you can ask your questions. Honorable Shabangu.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to yourself and everyone in the platform. Fortunately, I've been widely covered by my colleagues. Chair, from the presentation and responses from the Council, it is very clear that the Council is receiving a lot of complaints from the public and the health professionals. They spoke of backlog, and in answering the honourable member's questions, some of the questions they were not clearly answered, like the turnaround points, the backlog, and there's some cases that have taken for decades to be resolved. And it's a clear indication that besides the complaints that we receive as members of the portfolio committee, there is a lot of complaints that is received by the council. The role of this council is clear that it is there to protect the public interest. There were complaints that we received, I think 2-3 weeks back, that were forwarded to the council, and there was no response. I don't say that they are the priority, but at least I thought when the council comes here, they will be at least presenting the strategies without being probed, because most of the things, at least they were supposed to present the strategies, the progress, responses into such issues. But instead, they waited until we probed them for what are you doing about this? What are they? Yet there are complaints that comes directly from this committee. There is a complaint that I really want to bring up because we expect the council to respond to this. That complaint of Mr. T, who came with a complaint, and the verdict from the council that was provided to Mr. T was that he must go to court. Mr. T, his complaint, one is vulnerable. It doesn't have financial resources to take on the legal firms and take his matter to court. He's vulnerable financially. The outcome of his medical intervention left him disabled. But it was treated as simple, one of the cases, take the matter to court. What I want to know, Chair, I'm just summarizing here because the council is aware of this case. What I want to know, in such cases, what mechanism do you have, at least to guarantee fairness in protecting public interest, over and above Ubuntu? Because looking at the situation of Mr. T and his vulnerability, and then the verdict is just take the matter to court. Do you have any?
Lost you, Honorable Shabangu.
Someone responding to you.
The volume is gone low.
My apology. I wanted to. I was saying that what are the mechanisms that are there to at least show support, because your mandate is to protect the public interest. From this presentation, like I've said, that it's clear that there are so many complaints that the council is receiving. Can the registrar at least tell us if he thinks that the unit that deals with complaints is well capacitated administratively, technically, and otherwise to execute their duties? Because I must be honest here, I'm not convinced. I know that we are all talking on the complaints is because when we wanted this council to appear, it was because of all the complaints that are there in the public domain about the council not attending to them. My last one, Chair, the HPCSA plays a critical role in regulating health professionals, professional bodies and professionals. And therefore, one believes that it is central in the implementation of NHI. However, in their presentation, it does not outline the plans, the alignment processes that are in place to support NHI implementation. Can they talk to that? In the interest of time, let me just pause there, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable Shabangu, do you mind if I'm to propose that the questions as you raise them, they can be responded to in writing by Tuesday next week? I just want to hear your feeling first before I make that ruling.
No problem, Chair.
Yes. Under the circumstances, then we are raising that because we have got the other presentation, and I think there also it will be unfair for us to proceed on this matter. Honorable Chiro, you had a follow-up question. Can I allow you to also raise it so that it can also be then be packaged with the ones that Honorable Shabangu has raised? Your hand was up, Honorable Chiro.
Yes, Kalongiabonga, that is okay. I wanted to come in on the claim that HPCSA said that there was no objection in Dr. Mufokeng's finding. They are very much aware that there was an objection. In fact, there are 60 days into their 90-day to reply to the objection. There's over 100 objections from civil society and the public, and we've got on good record as well, even in email form. I want to find out from them, why do they lie to Parliament, and why do they think they can get away with lying to this portfolio committee? Number two, they are also lying on Dr. Passon. They didn't act immediately after the complaint against Dr. Passon was placed. They took 20 years for their first action to come in since the complaint was raised against Dr. Passon. And number three, they are still waffling on the hypothetical case I gave them on the Woolworths doctor scenario. Will the HPCSA find the doctor guilty for vulgarity and punish the doctor for saying fuck off to a criminal hijacking a patron at Woolworths? You found a doctor guilty for doing the same to a war criminal whom South Africa has taken a stand against. And there's still no answer on the questions of backlogs and turnaround time. And it's a sentiment that's been repeated by all the members in the portfolio committee. When we ask about AMA backlog and AMA turnaround time, we're asking for dates or some of their oldest cases in their backlog, meaning we want numbers, dates, not speeches. This is tied to our assertion that you unduly prioritize the case of Dr. Mofokeng. You are failing to answer on backlogs and turnaround time because you will be exposed for the speed in which you handled Dr. Mofokeng's case, despite it not being an urgent matter, and that's subsequently exposed for taking a mandate from a Zionist organization. You can't utilize previous cases as guidance and in the same breath say that each case has its own merits. Did you consider the fact that you don't have the power to have any legal proceedings against a UN special rapporteur? You didn't consider that. It's clear that you didn't consider that. There was no due diligence that was done, and they must admit this, Stalo. They didn't get to check, and if they did, they then insisted to pursue the case that they knew that they had no jurisdiction over because they took mandate from a Zionist organization. Negligence we don't afford as South Africa with such an important body. And there was no complaint from Netanyahu, must I add. So what basis does SAZF have to lodge a complaint on his behalf? They don't have a mandate to do that. HPCSA, it must be investigated. We don't afford this important body serving any interest outside of their jurisdiction and breaking international law and charters in the interest of protecting Israel and Netanyahu from the insults he deserves. They must go and serve Israel if that's the position they are taking, and not in South Africa. They've indirectly proven that Dr. Mofokeng's advocacy as a UN special rapporteur doesn't affect primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare in South Africa. They can't tell us who her victims are and at what point did her advocacy for Palestine cast doubt on the profession. This is only the beginning, Stalo, and we'll see to it that all involved parties are taken to task for using the HPCSA as a political tool and not what it's intended to do as per our constitutional provisions. They speak of entrenching the values of democracy, and yet in their work, they protect a war criminal and punish an esteemed doctor and UN Special Rapporteur for Health Rights for confronting the war criminal. Not a single finding against the South African doctors who served in the IDF. It's as clear as day that the finding must be rescinded by the HPCSA, and investigations must immediately take place to expose the true nature of the HPCSA, turning this particular case into a political tool and abandoning our stance as a nation on supporting Palestine.
Yeah, in the consequence of being a chair, I also had a lot of questions, but I will quickly also raise this so that I think we are all in agreement that most of the members' questions are not adequately responded to. And then I'm going to also invite all the members that want to raise follow-up questions because of the time to do so in writing and send it to the committee secretary, and the registrar will get those questions by the end of business today, and we're giving you the responsibility to also then respond to us by next week, Tuesday, the latest. But there's an important matter that I feel we need to attend to. I raised the issue on the constitution of the council. And Section 5 is very explicit what needs to happen when a council must be constituted. In particular, 5.3, I'll read it for your reference. Not less than 3 months prior to the date of expiry of the term of office of the members of council, the persons and bodies referred to in subsection 1, except the minister, shall inform the registrar in writing of the names of the persons to be designated or appointed. There's no way in the law that says the board, the council must only be constituted once the newly boards are established. I think let's read the law to the letter. And Dr. Pillay, I want to implore with you on this one to say there's a statute that is explicitly clear what needs to happen. And then you also say, Dr. Masike, by end of November, the board will be fully constituted. Are you mindful that today is the 26th of November? You only left with 4 days. What miracle are you going to do? But with like others, we will need another session with you. Members are going to send you questions and they must be responded to. And based on your response, then it means we must prioritize you in the next year. And I hope by the time you come in the next year, you will be having especially on the issue of the backlog that remains, you must come to us with figures. As Honorable Mutobadze said earlier, we have read the law, we are the lawmakers. And like you said, we wanted you to deal with the specific than to come and lecture on us what the Act says, because as legislatures, we know what the law says. So I will want us to part on that note to say you are going to get the follow-up questions because of the limited time. And then in our planning in the next year, you must know you'll be first to come and account on these matters, because these are matters that you can not leave unattended. And I will implore with you, the registrar, to also remain so that you also understand that there's an issue that was raised by Dr. Litlame that will need your response because on the next agenda item. Having said that, I think I can release the other executives who want to do the work, and we'll continue with the next presentation as guided by the agenda of the day. Thank you, the team from HPCSA. Can we then make sure that next time when you come, I think you'll do better than what you did today, and then you'll be able to adequately respond to the questions. In fact, your responses now have then orchestrated a lot of questions which members have. That's where I wanted to end. Having said that, can I allow Dr. Stembiso Promise Mtembu and Professor Enstrode to then come to the next item. And then as they are preparing, up to this morning, the secretary has informed me that she hasn't received your presentation. And then you had promised to send first thing in the morning. But having said that, normally we know what are the issues will allow it, but this is parliamentary process that whoever comes to us must present a presentation. And then maybe also on our part, because our parliamentary program was cancelled, then we just felt we need to bring you. Maybe it was the time frame also on yourself, but moving forward, because this is a matter that is of interest to all of us, hence we felt we need to prioritize it. So over to you. I don't know whether it's you, Dr. Mtembu, or Professor Strode, who's going to deal with the matter. And then we must split with you. It's not in our making. We've learned the hard way to schedule 2 items that the day doesn't do well. And it's a matter that in future we'll plan accordingly. We want to apologize to you. Then we don't need to rush you, but you will still have an opportunity to interact with the members of parliament. Over to you, Hair Rights Initiative, and welcome.
Thank you very much. And my personal time frame is just that I must leave at 10 to 2. But hopefully we will have got through it by then. So shall we start with introductions? I'll introduce myself.
Yes, you can do that and also show your face. That will help greatly.
Okay. Are you sure you want to see my face?
As long as you're not in pajamas.
I'm not. So sorry, let me move my laptop. That's me. And So my name is, and while I'm speaking, is it possible that someone starts uploading our presentation? Because we did submit a presentation.
When did you do it? As we're progressing now? We didn't get yet.
Stembiso, Promise submitted the presentation this morning.
Vuyo, what is the status? Maybe you need to speak for yourself.
Okay. Well, look, don't worry. Otherwise, can I have permission?
I just received the presentation now, Chair, at 10 past 12.
Yeah, okay. Next time, Prof, we can do things better, ne?
Yes, I agree. I accept
Sure.
I apologize. So I'll just introduce myself first. My name is Anne Stroden. I'm a professor at the School of Law at UKZN, and I have been working with Her Rights Initiative with trying to develop a research base to support their all of the advocacy efforts around the forced and coerced sterilization with HIV. Promise, do you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Mutambi, and good afternoon, and good afternoon to esteemed honorable members of this committee. My name is Stembiso Promise Mthembu, popularly known as Promise. I'm one of the co-founders of Her Rights Initiative, and Her Rights Initiative has been working on this issue since 2009, and I am one of the victims of forced and coerced sterilization as a woman living with HIV who has lived with the HIV for 30 years. Thank you.
Are you able to, is anyone able to upload our presentation, or must I share?
For the sake of time, Prof, can you do that? And we'll only be seeing your presentation now as we progress. Yeah,
okay.
Let's see. Yeah.
Can everyone see the presentation?
Yes, we can see it, Prof. You can proceed.
Thank you. Right, so as you see, the presentation I'm going to do is around justice for HIV positive women who've been the victims of forced or coerced sterilization. And as has already been said, we are here on behalf of the Her Rights Initiative, which is an NGO that advocates for the rights of women living with HIV from a feminist perspective. So the reason that we are here today is we would like to brief you on, particularly because it is now very close to International Human Rights Day, which is the 10th of December. So we'd like to brief you about this particular issue, remembering also that we are now in the second day of 16 days of activism against violence against women, and the forced or coerced sterilization of women has been identified as a form of gender-based violence, and I'll explain more about that later. So we would like to explain what Her Rights Initiative has done in the last 15 years in trying to get redress for HIV positive women who are sterilized without their consent. And we're requesting this particular hearing or this opportunity because we have faced many obstacles in the road, and we would really like some parliamentary oversight. And HRI uses the slogan, "My body, my womb, my rights, my decisions," and that really encapsulates what we are wanting. So let's talk about the problem. So let's talk about the problem. We all know that sterilization has been used as a weapon against women for centuries and centuries. In different countries, they've done different things. So, for example, in the US, they had a policy of sterilizing African American women who were in prison. In Europe, it was Roma women who were sterilized. In our context here in South Africa in the post-apartheid era, we've seen that it's HIV positive women who've been sterilized. And we use these two words, forced and coerced sterilization, in the sense that a forced sterilization is when I do not even know that I have been sterilized. I just find out some time later, and may even be years later, I find out that I've been sterilized. Whereas coerced sterilization, here we're meaning, and we're going to give examples later, it's when there is coercion in getting my consent. So it's not my free and voluntary choice to be sterilized, but it's someone else's choice that is imposed on me. So how do we even know that this exists? It is horrifying to think that in South Africa, with our constitution, with our legislative framework, which protects rights, that this sort of practice could actually occur. So this is where the university has been involved in supporting HRI, that there have been 3 studies. We did one of the studies, to try and understand what was actually going on. This has also been a global problem. This is not a South Africa only problem. There have been reports of sterilization of HIV positive women in many other countries, in South America in particular, and other parts of Africa. And what is particularly concerning is there has never been in the post-apartheid era a policy or a law that indicates that this is an appropriate way of preventing further HIV transmission. So we also, the way in which it has come out from these studies that women were targeted is through the Prevention of Mother-to-Child Transmission Program. And this is such an irony, because South Africa now has one of the best prevention of mother-to-child transmission programs, and we've actually saved thousands and thousands of babies' lives. So thousands of babies are no longer born with HIV. We have such a good program. However, there's a dark side. And the dark side is that in this process, particularly in the early days of the response to HIV, women were offered cesarean sections, and it was during that then became an opportunity, and women were told that they should be sterilized whilst having the cesarean section. So in terms of what we know, let me start with the first study, which was done in 2011 and 2012 by my university in collaboration with Her Rights Initiative. And our objective in this particular instance was to try and understand the experiences of women, so to hear their voices around why they thought they had been sterilized, like what was the procedure. So myself as a legal academic, I was particularly interested in the consent process. What happened during consent, and how had they experienced the law? Because we have, since 1998, we've had a very protective law in terms of the Sterilisation Act. So it was a qualitative study. We did it in 2 provinces, and we recruited 27 women, but we actually only used 22 of the interviews ultimately. And we found that, firstly, proper consent was not obtained, and secondly, that the women were very clear that they had been sterilized for a discriminatory reason. And you'll see in some of the quotes that we're going to read in a minute that they actually articulated that they were told you're going to be sterilized because you're HIV positive, or someone with this disease cannot have more children. So that was a qualitative study looking into women's experiences. Since that, there have been 2 further studies, one in which were quantitative in nature, just trying to establish stigma and discrimination against people with HIV. They have been conducted by the Human Sciences Research Council. The first one in I think I've gone one too far. The first one was in 2014, and that said that of the 10,000 respondents to that survey, I'm not sure how many were women, but of the female respondents, 7% said that they had been coerced into being sterilized, which is a large number. That was followed up again in 2020, a smaller study because of the COVID epidemic and the restrictions on our movement at that time. This found that it had gone right down to 0.2% of women reporting that they had been sterilized against their will. But it did note that in this instance, 1.3% of the female respondents felt that they'd been coerced in other ways. It wasn't sterilization, but it was towards that you should have an abortion or you must be on contraceptives. So they certainly felt there was coercion relating to their reproductive health rights. We are just waiting for now the 2025 results. We understand that the Human Sciences Research Council will release those before the end of December. So it'll be very interesting to see then whether there's been a change in this regard. So in terms of impact, here I'm going to hand over to Stembiso. She will speak about this section and I will just carry on changing the PowerPoints. Promise, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am, Prof. Stode, and thank you very much. I think the team is going to be loading my PowerPoint presentation, but in the interest of time, I'll just proceed and talk about the impact.
Is it a completely different presentation from what was sent to us?
Yes,
no,
ma'am.
Just,
this is the one that was sent at 10 past 12.
This is just on that part is just on impact on women, speaking from a victim's perspective.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I'll cover the impact and the advocacy that HRI has been doing on the issue since 1997 is indicated. And just to fill in to say that we currently represent 104 HIV positive women who are victims of sterilizations, and they are from 6 South African provinces. So the first case, or the oldest case we have on our files, is of a woman who was sterilized in 1997, and the latest case is of a woman living with HIV who was sterilized in 2021. And in terms of impact, so women, and I see some of the women on this platform now, they will say it's beyond a cut. It's beyond, the medical professionals using surgical instruments as instruments of violence. It's what happened after. So there are health complications. For an example, women who have had their operations not healing in 15 years, and sanitary indignity, where things come out, when women are relieving, themselves. And there are also women who are incontinent because we believe that these are not operations, but they are acts of violence where women will be dehumanized in operation, at the tables. We also have a serious problem of mental illnesses. So of the 104 women who represent, 27 of them are on psychiatric medication. We are supported by the WITS School of Medicine and UKZN School of Medicine, the psychiatry disciplines in the 2 medical schools. So 27 are on psychiatric medication. 2 were subjected to long-term hospitalization. We have had 3 suicide attempts and 1 suicide was successful of a woman in Gauteng. And what we call social implications is that ended or still has this quotation which says asikho isithebe sezinyumba kwaZulu, and we extracted this from a study we commissioned to UNISA to look at the impact of sterilization from a African feminist perspective. So the issues start with the loss of fertility, which is a social currency. So lobolos are revoked, women lose their marriages because they humiliate their families, the villages, the kings, and so on and so forth. And obviously it will also drive women further to vulnerability of poverty. And then I would move on quickly to what we have been doing. Obviously, forced sterilization, as Anne has said, is a gross human rights violation. So we've been doing work to heal the body and the mind, but we've also been doing work to claim and defend human rights of the victims. So in 2014, at the time, we were represented by the Women's Legal Center. A case of one of us was settled out of court in Gauteng. And then, and at the time, we're approaching this as a medical negligence, issue. So there were issues of prescription, the 3-year rule, but then that changed when our legal teams realized and confirmed that this is human rights. These are human rights violations, so they're not subject to prescription. So in 2015, we then went to the Commission for Gender Equality. We filed a complaint with the Commission. At the time, we're representing 48 women. The Commission investigated for 5 years and they released a report in 2020. And the summary of the findings is that the state violated a combination, so national, regional, and international laws, a combination of 26 international laws. What the Commission found is that the victims are subjected to cruel, torturous, inhumane, and degrading treatment. This is finding 11.6, and this basically elevated the victims to victims of torture. And this is because forced sterilization is one of the forms of torture in international law and regional law. And then, so the CGE issued recommendations on redress, recommendation on policy and law reform, which they directed to the Department of Health, the National Department of Health. And we're looking back now, we realize that the CGE process was actually a means to an end because it has not brought justice to the victims, and upon reflecting, there's now even like a national, discourse around, the legal standing, the enforcement of recommendations from Chapter 9 institutions, so I think that's one of the limitations of the CGE, but the other limitation we picked up was the fact that the CGE investigated the National Department of Health and working with the National Department of Health in doing the investigations, and then after making findings against them, and if we lose the GBV logic, the Department of Health were convicted, but then what the CGE did is that it sent us back to the National Department of Health as victims, so back to our abuser, so that we engage with the abuser and to negotiate redress and rehabilitation. Ordinarily, if you take the victims back to the, abuser will abuse the victims even more. The other limitation of the CGE is that although it had made findings on torture, it did not order the state to activate necessary redress and rehabilitation instruments, as provided for in the torture declaration. And then post-CGE, we then went to the United Nations. And what empowered us to go to the United Nations is that we realized that actually the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Torture had included HIV positive women as one of the groups of women that are vulnerable to forced sterilizations. We also realized that the African Charter on Human and People's Rights had actually issued a resolution in 2013, Resolution 260, which, is basically reaffirming that forced sterilizations is torture. And this resolution is speaking directly to HIV positive women and, basically saying what the state, should do to prevent it, and also what the state should do in as far as rehabilitating and compensating the victims. And I think they specifically affirm the torture declarations and the provisions thereof. And then in 2022, the Special Rapporteur on Health, in her report on health and racism, raised a concern about forced sterilizations of Black, poor, HIV-positive women in South Africa. And then the Special Rapporteur on Racism did the same in 2022. And then also Anne did mention that forced sterilization is one of the forms of violence against women. And this is because the Special Rapporteur on Disability listed forced sterilization as one of the worst forms of violence against women. And I might say that we're talking about HIV positive women now, however, we must acknowledge that, actually women living with disabilities are more vulnerable to forced sterilizations than HIV positive women. So in 2021, we filed a shadow report with CEDAW, and CEDAW issued a recommendation to South Africa. If I summarize, it requested that South Africa immediately stop the practice of forcibly sterilizing HIV-positive women, and that South Africa should amend the Sterilizations Act of 1998. And then in 2022, South Africa was reporting to the United Nations Human Rights Council, reporting on the Universal Periodic Review, where they report on the International Human Rights Declaration, the 1949 declaration. So we made a submission to diplomats, I think, who were going to participate in South Africa's report. And the United States of America posed a question to South Africa on the matter, a question to the effect of criminalizing doctors who were doing this, and also looking after the interest of the victims. And obviously the United States of America had an interest on this particular issue because some of the violations happened in the programs, in the PEPFAR programs, which they were financing in South Africa. And then in 2023, we went again to the United Nations Human Rights Council, and we went through special procedures. So we filed a submission or a complaint with 7 mandates of UN Human Rights Council. So it was the Special Rapporteur on Health, Special Rapporteur on Racism, Special Rapporteur on Torture, on Poverty, on Violence Against Women and Discrimination of People of African descent. And then in 2024, the mandates wrote to the Republic of South Africa, raising concerns. I mean, this was, obviously after investigating and interacting with the victims, raising, concerns to South Africa as a state. If I summarize, the concern was that the victims had not been, redressed for their suffering, and then that the state had not provided treatment for side effects, particularly gynourinary infections, complications. The state had not provided mental health care and rehabilitation. and also that the state had not stopped forced and coerced sterilization, nor amended the Sterilizations Act. So it had not stopped, partly because we filed the complaint in 2015, and there are cases going up to 2022, so clearly even after the CJE released the report, the violation was still, continuing, and then they sought, clarity. And if I, summarize the clarity, clarity about, the mechanism that have been put in place for redress and rehabilitation pursuant to the Declaration on Torture, and the law reform, and also support for civil society organizations that are working on this particular matter. And I think I will end there. I do have a slide that speaks to the response of the South African government, but I think, those are the issues maybe that will come up when honorable members are discussing this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Can I get a show of hands of colleagues who want to interact with this presentation? Is Dr. Ndlovu in the meeting? Just want to check that first. Colleagues from the department, I was told the DDG responsible for this is Dr. Ndlovu. Is he Dr. Ndlovu in the meeting? Can I get an indication? Who is from the department who is in the platform here?
Mr. Frank Makua and Mr. Joe Hakacha.
Okay, because I was, you said it's Mr. Who and Mr. Who?
Mr. Frank Makua and Mr. Joe Hatla.
Okay, but we were told that is a DDG responsible. Is the DDG in the meeting for this? Like in the past presentation, we got Dr. Pillay. I got
no, okay.
Is there
Dr.
any reason?
Is not on the platform.
Is there any reason why it's not here? I'm raising this because this matter is not coming first to the PC. This entity has interacted with the committee way back in November 2020. Mm-hmm. And there were commitments by the department that they are going to do 1, 2, 3. That's why I'm asking this. And earlier I asked Mr. Hatla as to the DDG, whether the DDG responsible is here. And then I was told Dr. Ndlovu is in the meeting. That's the matter we'll have to raise. Mr. Makua, maybe if you can, we are told, do you have any idea why Dr. Ndlovu is not in this meeting? And are you able to appraise this committee progress the department has made since 2020 in addressing these issues? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but it will assist us a great deal. Mr. Makua?
Yes, Chair.
Mm.
No, I don't have any mandate to say where is Dr. Ndlovu or not.
But in relation to the issues as raised with the department in 2020, do you have feedback for the committee? Because this matter is not coming to the committee for the first time.
That means I will check, Chair.
So you are not sure?
Yes.
So it's as good as the department is not here, but we'll deal with it at another forum. Members?
Because mostly they shifted to the select committee meeting.
Yeah, but all committees are equal. I don't want to have that conversation with you now.
Okay,
but that's the point, but you understand?
Yes.
Especially if this is the matter that has been recurring, it's not coming for the first time before Parliament. And is this Parliament that must inculcate confidence on our people, but yeah, I will discuss it in another forum. I'll note Honorable Mutubase, Dr. Liru, Honorable Clark, Honorable Shira, Honorable Dr. Litlape, in that order. No one will drop their hands until you speak, so that I don't want to find myself in commotion with yourselves. In that order, Honorable Mutubase.
No, thanks very much, Chair, for the opportunity, and thanks very much for her to have come to this committee and cry out. Chair, I must say that the presentation for me, it's a cry out from this organization, and not only this organization, but many other organizations that are in the space of civil society. Most of the questions that I have questions to the Department of Health, but as it is not here, it will be difficult, because one of the questions that I wanted to know, even to SANAC, was what is the reason for SANAC to refuse, if they can respond to that question, to refuse to fund the organization or to support the organization. Now, in that view, the department itself, what is it that it has done to implement the resolution of the Gender Equality Commission? Now, those are the questions that might be relevant to be answered by the department. And I want to suggest, Chairperson, that we request or we write to the department, to SANAC, to the Department of Social Development, to the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, that they should come.
Stuff that was done.
Who's this person called Subutsengake? You are causing a disruption. Can you always mute your microphone, or will ask the secretary to remove you from the meeting? Proceed, right. Honorable Mutubase.
Thank you, Chair. I was just saying in summary, in addition to the questions that are going to be raised by members, my view is that we must receive this presentation with the humility that it deserves, and then we write to the department that I've indicated, because they are affected and we want to get questions from them and other institutions, that we write to them, schedule them to come and appear in front of this committee, so that these questions can be raised adequately and be responded to adequately. I'm going to forward the questions that I suggest, but also, being the case that we are in this month, I will suggest that if through the chairperson, the committee, specifically having met with her, issue a media statement detailing what they have presented to us and what is it that we are going to do ourselves as a committee within the shortest space of time in response to this question and in dealing with this question and in support of the work that is being done, specifically looking into this area, because this is inhuman, this is torture, and therefore we can't stand as Parliament not to respond to this situation. Thank you, Chairperson.
That's the proposal, and noted as it is. Dr. Carl Leroux.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the organisation that presented today. And yeah, I obviously it's an issue that you're representing a group of women that have suffered much hurt and pain, and so thank you for doing that. I just had a few questions around the research that the professor mentioned. It's just wanted to get clarity about those 22 patients that were part of the quantitative study. Well, how were they? How was that sample found? And what kind of questions were asked? The same thing around those two more larger quantitative studies. What questions were asked to specifically indicate whether there was coercion or forced for forced sterilisation. I mean, I understand that you have referred mostly to so-called forced sterilisation at caesarean section, so that a lot of the situations were when there was a baby being born, and that at the time of Caesar, without knowledge of the mom, a sterilisation was done. And of course, that's quite, as you say, it would be interesting to find out. You say some people find that out later. It would be, it's interesting to find out when, because if it is done behind people's backs, how is there evidence that has been done, or have they found that after the caesarean section that they were no longer able to have children? And I guess the last thing to ask around these questions is that you indicate that the reason why these forced sterilizations or coerced sterilizations happened were because of the HIV positive status of patients. Now, I know there are lots of now as a medical doctor, let me just say, I was a very junior doctor in the early 2000s, so I qualified at the end of 99. In the worst part of the HIV pandemic, when we had no treatment, when we were fighting the Department of Health to get access to PMTCT, and I think that the word coercion is sometimes a tricky one, because sometimes one is acting or trying to act in the best interests of a patient, and I think one does need to recognize that at that time, falling pregnant was often a process that speeded up the disease of HIV positive women. So as a doctor, one might actually at that time say, I would recommend that you have a sterilization very strongly, because I'm scared if you fall pregnant again that you're going to live much shorter, because pregnancy, especially when your CD4 count is low, puts you at risk of getting sicker more quickly, for example. And of course, there's also at that stage, when we didn't have PMTCT available, there was a risk to the baby as well, although that was only about 20 to 30% risk to the baby of getting HIV. But I think that one does need to recognize that, especially in the early times of the HIV pandemic, that doctors might have recommended quite strongly that sterilization happens out of concern for the patient. I think that does also need to be recognized in this very difficult situation. It would be helpful to understand a little bit more about the 120, I think it was 127 cases that you have supported. When were most of them sterilized? What proportion of them were forced versus coerced? And I think that the next question is around redress. And so we haven't really specifically told us what kind of redress you're hoping for these 127 cases. Would you like for the state to pay for reversal procedures, or would you like to have financial compensation, or a combination of the two? Yes, and the last question was just around the legislation. Now, it's implicated, you're implying that this forced and coerced sterilization is ongoing. My understanding, and I've worked in the government sector since 2000, is that I would never participate in any sterilization of a patient without getting explicit signed consent, and so. And that certainly seems to be part of the policy of the Department of Health, I think, in all the provinces. Why are you saying that this is still ongoing? Or are you implying that there's a systemic kind of sterilization of HIV positive patients? Because certainly that doesn't seem to fit in policy, and so and in the policy of the Department of Health that we have and have had since now, of course, there might be rogue doctors doing this, but I cannot see that there's, in my experience of working in the Department of Health, that there's a systematic sterilization of patients in that way. So I'm just want to try and understand, are you saying that there is a systematic sterilization happening of HIV positive patients? And I think that the question then is also just around the legislation that you spoke about. What would you say needs to change in the legislation so that this doesn't happen anymore? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you like me to answer?
Yes, you can do that.
Thank you. So I'll answer part of it, and then Promise will answer the rest. So let me speak about the research, and we would be happy to send the research has all been published, so we can just send you copies. The qualitative study is the one that Promise and I were involved in. And there, the 22 women, we recruited them through, we obviously had ethical approval from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and then we worked with field workers who went to support groups of HIV positive women and spoke to them and said, do any of you feel that you were forced into were any of you sterilized, and do you feel that your consent was not properly obtained, and would you be prepared to be in a study where we explore that? So that's how we recruited women. Some of the, we did recruit 27 and we discarded 5 of the interviews that we got because we realized that in 5 of them that in fact, they'd been sterilized for a different reason because they had cervical cancer or something. It actually wasn't related to the HIV status, which is when we got down to 22 patients. And so what we did was, so we had we're talking about 13, 14 years ago, so I'm trying to remember, but we would have had a whole series of quite open-ended questions because we wanted to understand their experiences. You went to hospital, you were having a baby, like when did anyone say to you, was it a nurse, was it a doctor, did they say it, as you explained correctly, that it may not actually be in your best interest to fall pregnant again. Maybe I look at your record and you've had 2 children in the last 3 years, so it's really not good for your CD4 count, etc. We just wanted to explore what was the consent process. We explored, then we looked at how was the consent obtained, the process that was followed, and we asked them about the impact. How did they feel later on when they were sterilized and their life after sterilization? And we asked them, what would you want if you were to get redress? So those were the 4 main areas that we explored with them. So we speak about forced and coerced sterilization, but it was predominantly, and the women were coerced into sterilization. So in other words, they did sign consent forms, but they signed consent forms in coercive circumstances where their voluntariness was compromised. And there has been a successful case in Namibia from a few years ago, the LM case, where their Supreme Court confirmed that of the 3 women who brought a civil action against the Department of Health, that it was very coercive circumstances. And the Namibian court considered coercive circumstances to be situations such as when women were presented with consent forms for the cesarean section and the sterilization at the same time. And they also considered it to be coercive when you were asked if you wanted to be sterilized at the height of labor. It was really the whole nature of the consent process. So you weren't given, you were in hospital, you're giving birth, you don't have your partner there. And at this point, it's when for the first time you are asked, do you sterilize, or told? Some of the women said they were told that they would be sterilized, and they didn't feel in that position that they were in labor, in hospital, wanting healthcare services. Many of them mentioned that they were afraid that if they said no, healthcare services would be withdrawn, and that was a difficulty. Some of the women reported that they were shouted at. Some were treated in a way that was racist. One of the quotes I remember very distinctly was a woman reporting that the doctor said to her, all African women are irresponsible, and that's why you need to be sterilized. But it is all in the articles that we've published, and so you'll be able to have sight there. My role in the research was to do a legal analysis of the consent process. So what I did was I took the elements of consent that the Sterilization Act requires, such as voluntariness, such as it must be signed, the form must be signed, that you should be able to ask questions. And I went through it that way, trying to establish, was consent properly obtained? And at the end, my analysis was in all 22 of the interviews, consent was not properly obtained. And this has been verified in other studies which are not specific to HIV positive women, but are around obstetric violence, that just generally the poor treatment that women get in maternity hospitals. And you've been speaking earlier in this committee about the high cost of the civil claims against the department. And as I understand, most of them are actually in relation to maternity cases. And so there is this broader problem of the way consent is obtained. And perhaps what I should say in that regard is that obviously sterilization is a very appropriate contraceptive method for many women. However, it was the linking of it to a cesarean section. Some of the women didn't even know that was the forced part. They didn't know they were signing for a sterilization because they were on their way to theatre for a cesarean section. So there was that kind of confusion. And so in relation to, now I'm jumping questions, but to the legislation, we feel the Sterilisation Act is very good. The only change that we're really recommending is that you should not be able to obtain consent to sterilisation on the day of the procedure. There should be a separation because this is a significant decision that's being made, and there should be a pre-hospital procedure where you give consent. To jump back to your questions about what was asked in the two HIV stigma indexes. Those indexes are, it is a standard global questionnaire that is implemented in various countries across the world at sort of 5-year intervals, so that we can monitor the rates of stigma and discrimination against people with HIV globally. So the questions are set, and as I said, it was done by the HSRC, so I actually can't remember the exact question, but again, we can forward you those reports and they would have it. I mean, I assume it would be something, because it is a survey, where you'll be ticking, you're not giving detail on your experience. They would ask you, perhaps have you been sterilized? And a second question, do you think you were sterilized for a discriminatory reason? Because it is a stigma and discrimination index. Then the 104 cases, those cases, perhaps Promise, I don't know, are you able to answer that on how many were forced and how many were coerced? I don't have that at my fingertips. I apologize. But again, I'm happy to provide that information when I send the other documents through. I'm sorry, did I answer all the questions?
I think you attempted to do that.
But I'm happy to add if I missed something.
It's fine.
It's just about the redress, perhaps.
Yes, the redress. Yeah. I apologize.
Okay.
You see, I'm also a doctor, so I couldn't read my own writing. The redress was the woman essentially wanted, as you pointed out, they would obviously like financial compensation. There has been discussion before about an individualized apology to each woman. The Department of Health initially did suggest that they would offer clinical evaluations of each woman to establish what their health needs would be, and the possibility, if women were under 43, the possibility of IVF or some other kind of reproductive intervention for them, obviously if it was possible. And lastly, then to deal with they would like counseling or some other mental health intervention to assist them.
Thank you. I'm not sure what the person will allow me to come in.
The questions that Prof didn't address, don't repeat yourself. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
I'll tackle the question on systematic. So all research and the experiences of the women will represent suggest that this is or confirm that this is systematic. So the taking of consent, the fact that other women are told after the sterilization, and other women become aware of that they were sterilized when they're trying to conceive years later. And the CGE investigated 15 hospitals in KwaZulu-Natal and in Gauteng, and they did confirm the systematic nature of this violation. My colleague, Prof. Strode, has mentioned the Human Sciences Research study, the HIV Stigma Index. It also does confirm a systematic nature of the violation in the sense that so of the 7.4%, it was 7.4% of 6,000 women they interviewed, but their study was a nationally representative study. And in 2014, 2015, there were 4.2 HIV positive women in the country. So if you take 7.2, you are left with between 350,000 and 400,000 of the women. And in the same study, 5% of the women reported that they'd been forced into abortion. And 37% of the women reported that they'd been forced into taking a contraception, Depo-Provera to be specific. And Honorable Chairperson, I'll be coming back to your committee after this issue is resolved to talk about Depo-Provera. I did my PhD on the political economy of Depo-Provera. So that
it would be nice to hear that.
Yes, Chairperson. Yes, yeah. So that is the systematic, nature of the violation. And this violation, it is racial, Chairperson, but it's also historical, right? I mean, Anne has alluded to it that pre-1994, there was this family planning policy, and sometimes called the Women's Health Policy, which was targeting reducing the population of Black, African and poor women, particularly in urban areas. So a combination of Depo-Provera and also forced sterilizations. And you'll remember that, HIV, AIDS as a crisis, came about like at the dawn of our freedom and independence. And we believe that, it's one of those violation of women's bodies, that made, their way into new South Africa, and I would say this because there are women members of parliament here, to say that, our feeling as HIV positive women and myself as a scholar, I'm not an academic, is that, in our transition, we did not take time to focus, focus intensely on the violations that were committed on women's bodies in apartheid, but also in colonial South Africa. And this is partly one of the reasons that we are here today. Anne has, spoken about the compensation. I hope, that at some point I would, speak to what the Department of Health has done since the release of the CGE report. Of course, from our perspective, and also what the Department of Health has done in response to the communication that came from the United Nations, because that will speak to what, the options that Anne has presented to this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Clerk, over to you, colleague.
Thank you, Chairperson. My camera on. Thank you. Some of the questions Dr. Leroux has touched on. I would also like to know, in terms of her rights initiative, do you have recent stats on this? Is it ongoing? And how many women with HIV have been sterilized in the past 5 years and the past year? From your research, was this FCS sanctioned by the Department of Health or the provincial departments, or was it doctors going rogue? And in your knowledge, was there any consequence management against these medical professionals? And if there were, what were they? And then Dr. Leroux touched on this, but I also would like to raise this. What are the specific deficient provisions in the Sterilisation Act, Section 4 of 1998, that allow for coerced consent, and what would a proposed amendment bill look like to guarantee truly free, prior and informed consent? Because I think that's important for us as MPs, because we write laws in Parliament and we could be very instrumental in terms of that. And then HRI represents 104 women but estimates thousands of victims. What is the plan to identify, locate and offer support to the vast majority of victims who are not part of this formal group? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can we get responses for the issues as raised by...
Let me start by saying that there was never a policy and there was never a law which facilitated this. And that has been the position also in the other countries where there's been litigation, Namibia and Kenya, the two other African countries. So there's never been a policy or law. So it seems, but obviously it's very difficult. Further research is needed to try and understand how this happened. And I think Dr. LaRue has alluded to some of the reasons, in that there were different phases of the epidemic. Prior to 2001, the Department of Health was in fact not offering prevention of mother-to-child transmission, so there were very different circumstances there, etc. So, but there was never a policy. In terms of holding people accountable, we are not aware of that. We had the one out-of-court settlement with the Department of Health in Gauteng, but we were unaware of whether anyone was held, any individual was held accountable for that specific sterilisation. The department as a whole accepted responsibility and paid compensation. In terms of, it is so pleasing to hear that the department, this portfolio committee seems to be open to discussing potential amendments to the Sterilisation Act. Sterilisation Act is very well, it is well crafted. Section 4 sets out very clearly the elements of consent. So it's not so much it is not really a problem with the legislation. The only problem is that we would advocate for that you don't have the sterilisation on the day that you consent, that you consent in advance, because it is something that one must put in the context of a family. It is not, whilst it is a woman's choice to be sterilised, it does have implications for other people, partners, etc. So we would hope that there'd be that women would be encouraged to discuss this and make the decision in advance, and then come for the sterilisation. So that would then also break the cycle of what we saw, which was this linking to caesarean sections. So that would be our primary reform we'd want of the Act. This is about an implementation issue, and I think it goes to a lot of the issues that I heard when you were discussing earlier this morning, that our hospitals are overburdened. It's very, so there is very little support around the consent procedure, and there obviously needs to be far more training on, for example, what voluntariness means. And that comes out in our article, because when women gave their stories, a lot of it was to do with the power relationship between a patient and their healthcare provider. So women felt disempowered. They felt they couldn't ask questions, that they didn't want to even use words like inconvenience. They did not want to inconvenience the healthcare worker because they were afraid that they wouldn't get healthcare services if they did that. So it is about a whole context in which women come into maternity wards, and their ability to properly, even themselves, participate in the consent process. And that's why we think delinking it from the day of the procedure provides that opportunity, because I'm not in labor, I am, I might be in the end stages of my pregnancy, but I'd be more able to ask questions and even say, thank you, those are very good points, perhaps I need to discuss them with my partner, etc. Thomas, do you want to speak to the statistical questions of how many were in the last 5 years?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm happy to, for us to extrapolate from the database of the clients, that we have, so that we are able to, sort of give, numbers as per periods and or a decade. So we'll prepare that and we'll share that with the chairperson. And thank you, Honorable Clerk, for that particular question. And just to add, and that, the Act is good, but I recall when we, doing analysis for the study was that the tools to implement the Act were not uniform. The consent forms were not, the same, and we could not find, evidence of doctors being trained on the issue. We also could hardly find, evidence of transforming the healthcare system, because the healthcare system is political, because it is about the body. So it would appear that we transformed like everything else, but we left healthcare services. It's clean, it's men and women in white coats, it's all sanitary. We could not find evidence of that. We could also, like now, like if you look at the HIV policy, directly and indirectly does, discourage and invest in ending fertility of HIV positive women. So they have like policies, that come, right from the top at a global level, and down to a district level, where they say they're integrating reproductive health services into HIV services. But if you look closer to this, they're only integrating contraception. You know that, a reproductive health issue in HIV is cervical cancer, which has the same status as tuberculosis, but it is not resolved, I suppose, because it falls outside women as mothers approach. And if you look at the Department of Health contraception policy, for an example, the 2012 and the 2018 policy, at least HIV positive women and young adolescent girls as people that should be targeted for contraception. If you look at the HIV NSPs, for an example, you see very, very high targets of contraception that should be provided to HIV positive women. I can go on and on and on, about how this is designed at a facility level, but the attitude and the policy sort of drives this particular violation. And how are we, if we're saying it's hundreds and hundreds of women that are out there, and why are we not reaching to them? This is one of the things, that we want to do, and one of the honorable members, did talk about, the fact that we are excluded from HIV funding support and even acknowledgement. Honorable members, there is no one HIV organization that has come with a statement, like a 2-line statement to support us, from SANEC to HIV human rights organizations, even to people living with HIV. And you would understand that for African women like us, being infertile is more stigmatized. In fact, in our study, and women were saying, I'm quite, happy to disclose the fact that I have HIV, but I would not disclose the fact that I'm infertile. So it's very difficult to get women to come out then to say they are forced into sterilization, but we do have plans to reach out to other provinces where we have not reached out, and we really believe that if as HRI, we are able to say to the women, come forward, not just for justice, but for support, more women will come forward, and this particular point, we just do not have resources to do so. Thank you.
Sorry, one more point then. You've reminded me, Stembiso, is that we did also recommend that there be a gazetted, the minimum information that ought to be told to a person, because the Sterilisation Act does apply to both men and women, but in our instance we're speaking about women, where it sets out what you ought to be told. That is, for example, it's the nature of the procedure, that it will be permanent, that there's, etc. And also that the World Health Organization has also made a number of recommendations around what you should be told. Like it is one of the World Health Organization recommendations is that women below the age of 30 are not sterilized. That you use alternative contraceptives. And I mean, there is a template for that in the sense that the Domestic Violence Act, there is that specific information that must be given to victims. So perhaps that would also be a way that we could ensure that in the consent process, the information given to women deciding whether or not to be sterilized is standardized.
Yeah, thank you. And Honorable Chair also asked a question about the medical doctors. And I want to say that the Commission for Gender Equality did issue a specific recommendation that went to the South Africa Health Professionals Council, the organization that was presenting, before us, and their response to us, the response that they gave to us in writing is that individual women can file complaints against medical doctors who have violated them, and to us, that they were basically closing the door. We're hoping for a more sort of reconciliatory capacity, engagement with doctors, because as HIV positive women, we understand our position in society. We also understand, the fact that we have a very complicated relationship with doctors. So we are not going to be found in police stations saying doctors must be arrested because we want doctors to be in clinics, and we don't want this to be like a David Goliath, issue. We're not fighting with individual doctors. We are trying to transform and reform the system that is allowing the doctors to violate us in this particular matter. And we are saying to the Health Council that we are still here and would like to work with you and collaborate, with you. And I must say this, that I had, the conversation about sanctioning Dr. Tlaleng Mofokeng on issues of Israel, and I want to say that as HIV positive women, that hurts us deeply, and I suppose other women who are vulnerable, like us, because, not only has Dr. Tlaleng supported us as a medical doctor who come to our meetings to tell us, show us how our bodies, look like, why do we have, certain complications, and refer us for support. We have a Professor Edim Shanga, who was a voluntary medical advisor to HRI, who would facilitate together with Dr. Tlaleng that women who have severe complications get free surgeries in private hospital, but also in Prince Albert Hospital here in Durban. And there's one colleague of mine who has had 3 of such corrective, surgeries. And Dr. Tlaleng was a commissioner at the Commission for Gender Equality when this matter was investigated. She then became the special rapporteur, UN special rapporteur on health, and we reached out to her and she continued to, support us, so it kind of hurts deeply if doctors, that are on our side are being, punished in this particular matter. And lastly, Dr. Okay.
Okay, be mindful of the time. Let me cut you here, but you've put your point across. We've noted that. Is there any other issue that Honorable Clark raised that you feel is not adequately responded to? We are now on our injury time, but this is, I must assure you, this is an ongoing engagement that we are going to take over in the next year. Like I've indicated earlier, you met with the previous portfolio before us in 2020. There were commitments that were made by the department. We still need to call the CGE now in terms of the implementation of their recommendation. They need to come and tell us also what progress has been made. So at least this is an intro to those, some of us members who were not there, I think, allow us to engage you on that way. But this is a meeting that we must attend to this matter until it gets resolved. That is our intention. It's not a once-off thing, you can be assured. That's why I'm even referring you to the 2020 engagement with the portfolio committee. So this is a matter that we are going to take forward. Can I allow, and having said that, because I think we should be done, we've gone beyond our injury time. I still have 2 members that need to raise issues with you, but I will also make a resolution at the end. I've seen the 2 colleagues who said they will submit their questions in writing. You will also respond to us by Tuesday, the principal matter. You were here when we were dealing with the earlier presentation. That's the issue that we need to deal with. Honorable Shirak, can you allow me to start with Dr. Litlape? You'll come after him, please.
All right, hello.
I'm just pleading with you, Dr. Litlape, because you told me you're multitasking. That's why I want to give you this opportunity first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still in another committee meeting trying to adopt the report on statutory rape that will come to the Assembly. But my points would be, what we should be concentrating on would be about how this matter gets settled. We should stop arguing and how we ensure that the rights of women are protected going forward, how we prevent it going forward. And the Department of Health will be key on these issues. The reason I had asked the Health Professions Council to stay on is because in my tenure at the Health Professions Council, this matter came to us. And the challenge with respect to that, it's about the time, the history, and the fact that doctors don't stay permanently in public institutions. They've moved on. And I think we should move on this issue and find a way of how this matter gets settled rather than trying to find people to prosecute, because it's going to be impossible to follow that, as we found in the Health Professions Council. And maybe if they're still on, they could comment on that. So for me, Chair, it's going to be to ask them to come up with how do they want us to help them? What resolution do they seek? And we then have further meetings in terms of how we settle this matter. This is embarrassing for all of us. This is hurtful for the people that have suffered through this, and we need to put this matter to rest to ensure that people have ongoing treatment that they need and that the matter is settled. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I've disappeared or I'm still on.
You are still on.
Sorry, my apologies. I was speaking alone. I've noted all your concerns, Dr. Litlape. You are done. So I was trying to address Professor N and Dr. Mtembu to say, you've heard the doctor to say that, how do you want us to help you? And then a concession to say this is a matter that is embarrassing to all of us. And hence I'm saying we need to resolve this matter. So do you want to talk to those issues as raised? And then I'll ask the registrar to also talk to the issue as raised by Dr. Litlape to say this matter has been before the council. And then we want to hear how far has the council managed to address this matter. I'll start with you, Prof. N, in relation to the question raised by Dr. Litlape, Honorable Litlape. Unmute. You are muted. Unmute.
I'm sorry. So we would, I think it's best probably that we come back to you on this one, because we are representing the woman. They are not present here today. But in essence, broadly what the women want would be the apology. They would want the mental health care services, the health care that they need.
as Promise explained, some of them have complications, as well as potentially, if they qualify, the IVF and things like that, and the financial compensation. Promise, do you want to add?
Yeah, I think you've covered most of it. Yeah, I just want to add on the mental health aspect of it. As I reported, women are on psychiatric medication. So what we are asking for is not just general counseling, and there is a protocol. It's called the Istanbul Protocol, that clarifies, exactly how victims of torture, should be, provided for. So that's the level of support, and obviously treatment of complications, and also we also are proposing a documentation of mental health effects of this group of women, sort of remembering that this is the first, group of women who are victims of torture in the country. So the country does not have clinical guidelines as to how do you look after victims of torture throughout their lifetime. And I would declare that we do not want the Department of Health to do this. We would like to be resourced in doing this particular work through existing HIV funding mechanisms. And I think I should report that the South African AIDS Council, one honorable said they should come to account, that they have not funded human rights work around this particular issue, although they received hundreds of millions to address human rights in the context of HIV. We have submitted to them in 2022 and in 2023 and now in 2025 a proposal for mental health support, basically to advance and sustain the work that we're doing with the two medical schools. And they have, basically they declined the two and they are not responding on this particular one. So we request that the committee intervene on our behalf. And we are reliably told, Dr. Letlape, that one of the CEOs of SANAC is a medical doctor, and the understanding is that ethics should basically encourage the person to do what is right. And also I don't know how the system works, like in as far as parliamentary committees are concerned, but to say that we went to the Department of Social Development, the previous minister presented, ourselves, and she made an announcement in the GBV summit, the 2022 summit, that she would not enter into our matters with the National Department of Health, but she would play her role in line with her legislative mandate to provide victim support to HRI so that HRI can support the victims. And prior to her departure, we had many meetings with her and her senior officials. So prior to her departure, she had signed on a victim support plan. It did not have a budget lines, but to this date, we still are chasing the Department of Social Development to implement that particular plan. So if you reach out to the colleagues as well to say we also are victims of violence, we also are women, so they should not discriminate against us and secondary victimize us. Thank you.
Is the HPCSA still here? David L. is the link of the HPCSA registrar. This is the matters, like I said, they backdate from quite some time. How have you dealt with this matter? We want to hear your response to that.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. It might just as well be a matter that needs us to look into our ethical guidelines. There could be gaps there that we may have to update. As for the details of the matter, it would be very good, like the chairperson said, we put it in writing so that we give you the history. It happened long before my time, during Dr. Letlape's time when he was president here. So I won't have the details of hand, but from what I'm telling you.
Okay, Crystal, but you know, once you take responsibility, you take both the goods and the bads. Ne?
Yes, no, I know. What I'm saying is, Chair, we will be able to respond in writing once you come back to us with all the other written stuff, including this one, so that I look at the history and give you an opinion. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, let's rest on that. You know, there's a matter that you need to report back to us as well in the next 7 days. Let me recognize Honorable Shirwa. Thanks so much for your indulgence and allowing Dr. Likape to come before you. Over to you, Honorable Shirwa.
Thank you, Slalo. It's Chirwa Mpungose.
I must learn to say Chirwa.
Our housekeeper was great, shame for Mpungose. Shame. Yes, no, thank you, Slalo, for the opportunity. I think there's been previous speakers who spoke on the fact that we're paving a way forward because at the center of it all in this matter is that the department has failed, has severely botched this case. We raised it as the EFF in 2020. That's how it comes into Parliament following the release of the report by CGE, and we've consistently raised it in the sixth administration as well. And I'm very happy, Slalo Uguti, the portfolio committee entertained our request together with the HPCSA and this one of bringing up the forced sterilization matter back into the committee. There's been various interventions that were done by the portfolio committee at the time. There was even a joint program with the Department of Health and the EFF that went as far as recollecting evidence through Steve Biko Academic Hospital, which in itself was a very invasive process, as even some of the commitments that they made as a department in collaboration with Steve Biko could not be seen through because they were not willing to go the extra mile to offer support. For example, there were women who were coming from very far who didn't have the means of transport and accommodation to go through the process of Steve Biko medical interventions, and they were not assisted, so it's a very long process, and the portfolio committee should really just come up with binding interventions in regard to this issue. I mean, just last year we raised the issue back again with the CGE because we felt even on their part they failed as a Chapter 9 institution. We see other Chapter 9 institutions defending their findings in court. We see the public protector, we see the auditor general defending their findings and their recommendations, which are not being enacted by departments and ministers. But ECG is always sitting down and waiting for God knows what, for their recommendations as a Chapter 9 institution to be implemented, and it's not being done. We've opened cases with the HPCSA, which to this day have not been responded to. The less said about this, the better, because then it was wasted Dr. Tlaling. On this particular issue, there's been a joint program of litigation with KELS and EFF, and the department has again failed to work in good faith to resolve this matter. The PC must just take binding actions and decisions to ensure that the department acts with stipulations of dates and enacting CGE recommendations primarily because those are the parallels that we have at our disposal currently. There's ample research, there's ample evidence and resolutions to this effect that have just been blatantly ignored by the department over the years. For a decade now, if we're being obsessed about semantics, because this comes to the attention without and the attention as if the matter it's been raised before that, but it comes with tangible evidence and tools from 2015 and nothing is being done, these cases. And also I want us to just be careful of obsessing about numbers on who the victims are, because the victims will still come out. Some don't even know that they are victims, by the way, Slalo, because they don't know that this has been done to them. They're not trying out to have children. And some will probably never even find out because they don't have an interest of having children. So the scope is quite broad. It's quite broad, and the onus really rests on us as the portfolio committee to ensure that a viable system is created for reporting and processing grievances with dignity and respect for victims, whether they form part of groups or they are coming in as individuals, or they come through political parties, or they come through civil society organizations. Tina, as a portfolio committee, should ensure that each department creates a system. I think this issue, we could even create similarities or parallels, Ngalinda-based statutory rape, that we've taken on as parliament as well. That there must be a system that's created, especially if we're talking about the violation of human rights to this extent, right? And the portfolio committee must just ensure that all involved parties are held accountable. I hear Promise, and greetings to you, Promise. it's been a while. I hear Promise my Teta Wabuti, they don't necessarily want punitive measures, but in the interest of justice, that also has to be explored. And I think they are saying this because we've placed them at that particular position where they have to make concessions that are not even part of the conversation. That's how brutal this whole process has been, that victims have to come out here and say, we don't want doctors to be punished when they've been violated themselves. That speaks to how gruesomely this case and these cases have been handled by Parliament, by the Department of Health, by the CGE, and various stakeholders at our disposal. Claro, that is our only request as the EFF, in accordance to us having asked that this be brought back to the portfolio committee. That I'm very happy, it's just the beginning of the process. It would not be justice at all if it's another process that goes on for another year, another 2 years, another administration until 2029 when we go for elections, as that's what happened from 2020. But it's something that we really come to settling down and creating a system that we're able to run automatically post this process as we've taken up as the portfolio committee.
Thank you so much. Before you can respond. Maybe I'll say whatever I want to say as a means of way forward. Let's hear if there's any comment from Prof and Dr. Tembu.
No comment. Thank you for the support.
Okay. I think what I wanted the department to talk to earlier in the morning, earlier when we started this item, I'm glad that Mr. Khatla is here, the PLO, and then Dr. Ndlovu was to join. But what I wanted us to deal with it as a follow-up, because since 2020 up to date, they could have a lot of work that has been done, especially when there was commitment on the side of the department. So we'd like the Director General to update us on the progress made in relation to the implementation of the CGE report. And then there were commitments that were made by the minister then, who was also distancing himself from some of those things that happened, to an extent that there was also a report that there was a professor who was appointed to also look at these matters at that time and review all those professors with one who was once head of the department. At that time, you were dealing with 18 complainants. You don't know how many there are. So Professor Sibutwane was tasked by the then minister to do an independent assessment of the available records and also to interrogate those files. And then he was assigned to, or she, I don't know whether it's a she, was also assigned to review the medical history and check whether the consent form had been signed, and we were assigned to interrogate whether it was medically reasonable and justified for those patients to be sterilized. And then in that task, it had where the HPCSA come to the picture. It included the identification of all the clinicians and healthcare workers that were involved in the procedure. So that's why that report also of the HPSA with regards to from 2020 up to now, it's almost 5 years down the line. There could have been work done. That's why it will be important for us in our next follow-up meeting also to call in the CGE. I don't want to repeat what Honorable Chirampongo says. I'm getting it right. then has said to say, hey, we'll need to get that update and then also move forward. So this is the method, colleagues, that we will follow up in the next term as we start the new year. But those colleagues who still have questions, but I would like to hand over to Mr. Khatla to respond, because we are missing the department presentation here, including the HPCSA presentation. I'm glad that the registrar is committed to give us feedback in writing. So we want to hear what has the department done. Can I hand over to you, Mr. Khatla, to talk to that issue? You seem to be the senior officer in the meeting. That's why. Over to you, Mr. Khatla.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and let me greet you, Honorable Chairperson, and all members on the platform, and the guests that on the platform as well. Honorable Chairperson, my apologies. I joined the meeting right from the beginning, but I got kicked out by the network, and I understand that Honorable Chairperson had asked whether the department was present. Indeed, Dr. Anvan Pillay was present to deal with the issues from the HPCSA, and Dr. Ndlovu, who is also the Deputy Director General responsible for HIV and AIDS and TB, under which this matter on the table falls. She was supposed to join, but I did notice that she was not on the platform. We will investigate, Chair, what happened to that. Honorable Chairperson, I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer, and so is Mr. Frank Makua, whom I understand tried to assist the committee, but unfortunately, because we're non-technical really as PLO, and indeed he was correct that we don't really have the mandate to speak on behalf of the department except to assist. Chairperson, I can confirm, going into the issue, I can confirm that indeed the then Minister, Dr. Zweli Mkhize, accompanied by the DG, Dr. Sandile Buthelezi, did present on this matter before the joint meeting of the portfolio committees on health and on women, youth and persons with disabilities in November 2020. Now, as for the question as to what the department has done since then, Chair, with my experience, I can confirm that Minister Mkhize at the time established a committee that was led by the Director General and some experts who are not located within the department. So, we will take the issues as raised by the chairperson and members of the portfolio committee to the minister and provide the minister with reports so that the department can really come and address the issues that had been raised by the chair and the portfolio committee. But I can confirm indeed that there has been work that has been done. CGE had been engaged by the then minister and the portfolio committee and the portfolio committee on women. That's all we can say, unfortunately, Chair, because we, as I said, we are the parliamentary liaison officers. We do attend these meetings. We take reports and give to the understanding, Chair, as I conclude. The understanding for this particular meeting was that the department would come and be observer, take notes, and maybe, answer clarity-seeking questions here and there, but not necessarily that the department is coming to present. Hence, perhaps there is no presentation, Chair, because there was no request for the department to come and make a presentation. I thought, let me make that one clear. But all in all, we will communicate to the minister and the deputy minister and the director general on what the committee is requesting. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khatla. The reality is that this matter ever served, and then this is a follow-up meeting, and then in the near future you'll be able to share with us the progress that you have made in attending to these matters. So as we have indicated, we would like to get those members who said they will submit questions in writing to make sure that by end of business today, both for the earlier presentation and the current one, they send their question to Vuyo. Vuyo will then transmit it to the presenters for the day, and then we expect them to have given us feedback by Tuesday next week. That include the HPCSA's response on this second item. Then we'll deal with that. Then our next meeting, as we start in the new year, will definitely expect the department and the CGE to come ready to give us the progress on the matter, because these are the matters that they've been on their table since the year 2020. So this and it's a matter we are dealing with it now when we are talking about no gender-based violence against women. And I think this is the matter that, as the committee, we are all then will prioritize it. And then I think this is the matter that we also need to give it the agency that it deserves, given the gravity of the matter. And then we are going to then attend to the matter in line with this period. And then we are going to summon, as I've indicated, the National Health Department, the HPCSA, and any other organization, because there's been a lot of things raised with regard to the work that SANEC does and the support that SANEC was supposed to be doing under the circumstances. And then also we'll liaise with the Department of Women as well, youth and person with disability. Also the department, those are the issues that we will then, as I've indicated, those stakeholders that I've mentioned above will also ask for the full reports and actions that they've taken to stop this practice. And then also would like to get some accountability, and then also the plans to redress all these issues as raised. And then if there are need for the timelines for reform, for the legislative reform, including the amendments of the Sterilisation Act, we will follow up on this matter. And then I should think under the circumstances, it can never happen in our time that women in South Africa can be subjected to this kind of violations. Because in essence, with due respect, you'll find that this was mainly done to our own Black women, poor women, who at some time they rely on the services of the hospitals. So then for them to be treated the way they have been and then suffer such humiliation, I think it can never happen to our women, especially now, as I've said in my opening remarks, we are at this time on the 16 days of activism on gender-based violence, and we cannot allow our women to continue to be subjected to this. Having said that, I think we are coming to the last item in our agenda, where I'll request political parties to say their farewell speeches. Yeah, because we are, in terms of the committee program, this is the last program. Then I'll just choose colleagues so that you quickly say something, and then we wish each other well as we go into this recess. But I would say our work doesn't end there. It's constituency period. There's no holiday in the life of a politician. So as and when you go and rest, I know you stay in communities. You'll be checking on the health facilities, also checking, doing oversight on all those sorts of things. But I'll start with the DA who wants to speak.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. I would really like to wish you and your family, as our new chairperson, a really good festive season. And if you're traveling anywhere, may you be safe. To all my colleagues on this committee, thank you for the way we've worked together this year. It's really been great having each one of you as our colleagues and as a team on this committee, because I think we've worked really well together, and wishing all of you a very festive season to you and all your families, and please to go safe. And then also to Member Keiko for chairing our committee for the last month prior to when Dr. Dlomo left. Thank you to her efforts and her input during this period of time. And so Godspeed, may God be with all of you and your families, and may you enjoy some time with your families as well, because it is also a time to celebrate the birth of Christ with your families. Thank you, Chairperson.
My apologies, I didn't unmute. Thank you so much, Honorable Clerk. Can I hand over to the EFF? Say something.
Thank you, Uslalo. Once again, greetings to yourself and all members. All the contributions by the different members. We really hope that the synergy and the workmanship continues in the coming term. A blessed festive season to everybody else. May we all open our wallets and share with the destitute and the needy in our communities, far and close. And really, Slalo, I think it would really be great if we continue with the same energy that we've started off on this year particularly. I can't speak for last year because I wasn't in the committee. But I'm very happy to be working with everybody else. When we continue being committed to the work of ensuring that the most vulnerable voices are represented in our committee also in the coming year, and that we see all our projects to a completion and nothing is left hanging. Ngiyabonga Slalo, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody else.
Thank you, Honorable Chiram Pungose. Can I then ask IFP? Honorable Mhlongo?
Yes, I'm having a problem here. I can't hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
We are saying, say the farewell speech to your fellow colleagues. It has been a lovely, amazing year.
Sijabulile ukuba nani throughout the year. We hope uKhisimuzi will bring us izikhathi ezimnandi. Keep well and enjoy ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I ask Action SA? Dr. Litlape?
Thank you, Chair. I guess from me, it's to wish everybody well and just to reassure everyone that for me, I hope I will still be able to continue on the mandate from the party to represent it on all matters, including on the tobacco bill. And just to say to members that my party has decided to challenge the position of the committee on my participation on the tobacco bill. It's a matter that goes to my own integrity, and I appreciate the high standard that is held in terms of the integrity of individuals. And if I'm found not to be good enough for the tobacco bill, I don't know how I can be good enough for any other bill or any other work of this committee. I thank the minority that supports my position, and I respect the opinions of the others who feel otherwise. And I hope the matter will be thoroughly ventilated because it has a major implication going forward, and I hope it will be resolved by Parliament or by the judiciary in this country. And I wish you all well with your families, and I hope we'll be able to come back and continue to the work on behalf of the people of this country. There's still the issue of, health being the part that shows how divided a nation we still are. Apartheid is still alive and well in health, and we have a duty as a committee to bridge that divide and to bring South Africans together. Those of you that celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas. Those that have other faiths, enjoy the break, and see you in the new year.
Thank you, Dr. De Klappe. Can I ask FF Plus, Honorable Van Staden?
Thank you, Chairperson, colleagues and committee staff. It's been a very long year for this committee, but despite that and our differences, I think we were able to do our work as expected from us by the citizens of South Africa and the Constitution of a Republic. I'm of a view that this committee is like a typical family. We fight with our brothers and sisters, but at the end we get the job done. I want to say well done, colleagues. I'm not going to be long, Chair. In his absence, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the former Chairperson, Dr. Glomu, for his dedicated service to this committee. It's regrettable that he was not afforded the opportunity to deliver a farewell address upon his departure. I also wish to extend my sincere thanks to Member Tsego, who stepped in as acting chairperson during a particularly challenging period for this committee. To all the committee staff, and you know who you are, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for putting up with our frustrations and sometimes outbursts. Go and rest and enjoy your time with your families. Please be safe, and we are looking forward to work with you in the coming new year. To you as the new chairperson, I wish you all the best for the year ahead, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Colleagues, it's an honor for me to serve with you in this committee. I know that I can sometimes be difficult, but that is not without reason. I've made friends over the past 6 years in this committee, and it's well appreciated. And I'm also looking forward to the 5th of December when I will be celebrating my 50th birthday. I wish you all a blessed festive season, a Merry Christmas and a blessed New Year. Please travel safely, and we will see each other again in 2026. Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Honorable Van Staden. Can I ask the MKP?
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. And we take this opportunity to appreciate the mandate that was given to us by our people and the nation. And we commit that we are humbled by this deployment, and we promise that we'll never disappoint. We'll be available as the MK Party 24/7 to make sure that we transform the country, and in particular the health, in particular, as it is at the priority of our people, because a healthy nation will be productive, and it is only when our nation is healthy that we'll be able to free our people economically and otherwise. And we want to also take this opportunity to remind the nation as a whole that on the 16th of December, the MK Party will be celebrating its 2nd anniversary. And therefore, we would like to invite all members in all corners of South Africa to come and give further mandate for the MK Party as we go into the local government elections, and make sure that that particular mandate is carried through as and when we go into our constituencies, continue to give us the mandate on how and what we should do to make sure that we transform our country to the best of our ability, working with them. And I further take this opportunity to thank members of the Portfolio Committee with whom we have worked together, and hope that we'll continue strength by strength to continue to transform our country and make sure that we we adhere to the mandate that was given to us to transform the health sector in particular, that during this particular term, when we close at the end of this term, we'll be able to say to our people, these are the things that we have done in collaboration with our traditional leaders, in collaboration with our traditional health practitioners, and make sure that we never abandon anyone. And I thank the staff members for the support that they've given to all of us. And I would like to wish everyone a happy Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Shabangu for the ANC. Honorable Shabangu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, I was struggling to unmute.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me also take this opportunity, colleagues, to, I didn't even realize that we are at the end of the year. I'm now surprised that it's our last meeting. But let me also appreciate the moment that one has been in this portfolio committee. It has been a very long, stressful year, which was full of learning curves, but I'm glad that we managed until we are here. It has been an honor to work alongside the members that carry the mandate in a very dedicated and integrity way that we've been working in this committee. Really, one feels honored that I've worked alongside the honorable members that were very committed. We had our moments, we had our difficulties, we had discussions, very robust discussions, we had long hours, we had weeks where we've been working from morning till the evening. We had our challenging issues that involves the health sector, but we remained focused on our mandate because we are here to serve the people, not ourselves. As much as we had some challenges, but we stayed focused. I'm really grateful for the spirit of cooperation, respect, and the way in which we had chairpersons that were guiding us through, even if we had challenges. I will also join other members in appreciating the Dr. Dlomo, that was the chairperson of this committee, and the interim chairperson, Comrade Honorable Kleko, who took the reins after Comrade Dlomo exit until we had a new chairperson. We really want to appreciate their effort in keeping this committee together. And we want to, it's the first meeting, and we are actually saying thank you to you, Comrade Chair, Honorable Faith, that you are here as our chairperson. We also appreciate that we can actually confess that you will be steering this ship going forward in a very good way. Looking forward to the next term that you will be keeping this portfolio committee intact. Thank you so much, honorable members, for all your contributions, your insight, your support throughout the time that we've been together. I wish each and every one of the members, the staff, how can I forget the support from the staff? Sometimes we can be difficult, even if it's not in the committee, behind the scenes. They can share sometimes the pressure that they get from the members. So we recognize that, we acknowledge the hard work that the staff is doing behind the scenes. Otherwise, this committee will not be where it is if we didn't have the staff members that are supporting us. We really appreciate your hard work, and we hope you will continue to serve with dignity. We appreciate even the respect that when we work with them, we really feel respected. So I really want to appreciate them. With that, Chairperson, I want to bid each and everyone that is here in the platform a farewell, and thank you once again for the journey we've walked together. And I will want to follow Honorable Van Staden, that you announce your birthday. Mine is on the 1st of January. So when you drink your wine and champagnes, please make sure that the birthday message will flow towards my side. Enjoy your holidays, honorable members. Thank you so much. Bye.
I'll do that.
But not so.
Don't visit, don't drive recklessly.
Okay, but not so fast. We still have minutes to approve before we go. My apologies, I omitted that item. Vuyo, can you quickly flag those minutes? Then I'll deal with the closing remarks. But thanks for your farewell speeches. They are so heartwarming. Okay. These are the minutes for the 21st of November, 2025. We had a meeting that started at 10 and ended at 12:05 via the Zoom platform. Then the agenda was as projected. The attendance of the committee members, they are the names. There was one apology from Honorable Zungula. I think it's well captured. Then the parliamentary staff members who were there, they are listed there, including the health staff officials from health. And then the meeting was opened by the acting chairperson. The agenda was adopted, Ms. Honorable Shavangu, seconded by Honorable Mutubate. And then there was a discussion on the voting rights of small alternate parties. That was the discussion. And then there was an election of a chairperson there. Then, you would consider and adopted the committee's statutory rape report, and then also the committee's strategic plan, and then that's how the minutes of the previous meeting were considered there. We considered the minutes for the 5th of November, 11th November, and 12th November, and the meeting adjourned at 12:05. So are the issues that colleagues want to raise that you feel they are not adequately addressed in the minutes? There's Honorable Mutubate. Send it up.
I want to move for the adoption of this.
Oh, okay, you're up front. There's already a mover for the adoption. Can I get the seconder?
I'll second, Chair.
Honorable Van Staden, you're the one who seconded. Thank you so much. Then the minutes are thus adopted. Yes, we'll deal with the matters arising in the future. Can I then also, as I close this meeting, want to thank you all colleagues for the robust engagement. And one is very excited to be a member of this team. I think the speakers in their farewell speeches, they've raised critical issues to thank everyone, and I should think, time permitting, we need to also have a session, if it's available in the first term, our chairperson, wherein we can also, those farewell speeches, he needs to also hear them. I'll try to liaise with him so that as we begin in the next year, he can find time to come so that you can physically, all of you, thank him for the sterling work that he has been doing. Yeah, it's difficult for somebody like me to fit in his boots, but definitely with your support, as I've indicated last week, we are going to make it. Ours is to make sure that we attend to the health issues that affect our people. You'll recall that the users of the public health service are the most vulnerable and the most poor. Majority of the people who cannot afford medical aid. And there's so much expectation on us as public representative to be their voice of reason. And having attended my second meeting today with you, I'm so excited and elated to have this dynamic team of men and women who are so committed in making sure that we get it right. I will also want to thank the administrative staff for their undivided support. I will say that everyone here, including the PLO and the colleague from the department, I want to see your commitment and dedication, and we must keep it as such as we progress to the new term. We have adopted a strike plan in the last committee meeting, and it will be within somebody is busy doing her hair. Shirley Musutwane, please. This is one of the unacceptable things that are happening while the committee session. Okay, sorry about that. It just, that video just came in. My apologies, colleague. So that strike plan that we have adopted, we must make it a reality that we implement it. Then we will be in touch with you as we start to draft the committee program for the next term. Your input will be very crucial in that, what gets into the first term committee program. But with the assistance of the content advisor and the researcher, they will also input, but it will be important. In fact, where possible, I would like all of you as members of this committee to deposit your wish list on the critical agenda items, but in line with our strike plan, because we've adopted a strike plan. What you think needs to be in our committee for the year, so that we will then be guided by the strike plan also on the issues that you know issues that are current, issues that are contentious, issues that members they need urgent attention, apart from the bills that we can then put in the program for the next year. And then, given the huge backlog, if members are also amenable to that, other committees, when Parliament is sitting, we can make applications to the House Chair, because out of today's experience, it's not easy to schedule through presentation with the allocated time. At some point, for one statutory body, you need the whole day without any other item. And in line with our strike plan, we said we want to call all the statutory bodies. So colleagues must also be flexible for us to, but we'll discuss with you as and when the draft program is developed, so that we can also be able to work. It's either we are allocated extra time after, if the House is sitting after hours online, in so doing, we can do most of the work, but I'm subject to your inputs. I don't want to impose it. It will be dependent on how you are feeling on the matters. As I've indicated, I'm gonna still have a one-on-one meeting with all of you as political parties so that I understand what are the issues that needs attention. But at the end of the day, we'll have a program that will all of us own and be a party to it beginning of the year. With these few words, dear colleagues, I want to wish those that will be celebrating their birthdays while we're on this recess and constituency period, well, the others who are going to see them, I think this is sitting on the 13th of January. We're going to see some of you there, but want to wish you well. Get time to have time with your family. It's very important. I know politicians, sometimes you are very busy such that you neglect your family. During that rest period, please take time and have time with your families so that when you come back in the new year, you are refreshed and energized because there's so much work to do. Having said that, I want to wish you well in your rest period and have a merry and a happy new year. Till we meet again, colleagues, I want to thank all of you. The meeting gets adjourned. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful Christmas break.
Enjoy your holiday also, Chair, all members. Thank you.
Bye to everybody.
Bye-bye.
Members and staff members and support staff. Enjoy.
Yes, they must rest because they've worked the hardest for us.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
My birthday is on the 15th of January. Thank you.
Happy birthday for them.
Bring a birthday cake to the 13th.
We're going to have a lot of cakes. I can see that. When we reopen, we're going to have a ball and a lot of cakes. Good day, colleagues.